protecting anything? Are we going to ask the question?
Good evening. Welcome to our special City Council meeting, November 10th, 6 p.m. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
All right, what's our next step, please?
Item number 2 will be invocation given by Christopher Ash with the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the American and Texas flags.
Our Father in heaven, we express gratitude for the blessings that we enjoy to live in this wonderful country, for the freedoms we have here, this state and this community. We are particularly grateful this evening for our veterans, for our active duty military, and we pray blessings upon them. Bless them for their service. Bless and watch over and protect those that are still serving. As always, we are grateful for our law enforcement and first responders, and we pray blessings of protection to be upon them. We pray for our city leaders that they may have wisdom and judgment and be able to continue to serve with the energy they need. And we pray these same blessings upon all the good civil servants that serve this community. And we pray for the members of this community, all of them. We pray blessings upon them. We pray that they will remember the 2 great commandments, to love God and to love their neighbor, and that they may conduct themselves with civility and seek for peace and integrity. And Lord, we pray for these blessings in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. God bless Texas.
What is our next agenda item, please?
Next will be agenda item 3A, which is Veterans Month Proclamation.
Okay, whereas the City of Fate honors the courage, sacrifice, and service of all who have served in the armed forces of the United States and the state of Texas, and whereas House Bill 1894, adopted by the 89th Texas Legislature, designates November as Veterans Month to celebrate, honor, and memorialize the achievements and sacrifices of military veterans, and whereas Veterans Day, observed annually on November 11th, provides a special opportunity to express our gratitude to all who have worn the uniform and defended our freedoms, and whereas the City of Fate proudly recognizes and appreciates the continued dedication of the American Legions of Rockwall and Roy City, whose members actively support and advocate for veterans and their families within our community, and whereas the City of Fate joins communities across Texas in honoring those who have selflessly served and continue to enrich our city through their leadership and example. Now, therefore, I, Andrew Greenberg, Mayor of the City of Fate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2025 as Veterans Month in the City of Fate, and encourage all residents to participate in activities and observances that honor our veterans and their families. Thank you.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, what is our next item, please?
Next will be Agenda Item 3B, Planning Excellence Recognition Award.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ryan Wells. I'm the Director of Planning and Development Services. And I'm very pleased to share with you and the community that the City of Fate has, for the third consecutive year, been awarded the Richard R. Lilly Planning Excellence Recognition Award. This is an award given by the Texas chapter of the American Planning Association that identifies and recognizes the level of training of planning commissioners and professional staff, professional qualifications of the planning staff, the breadth and currency of master plan components, and the completion of other planning-related projects for the city. The purpose of this program is to increase community awareness of the importance of land use planning, to recognize planning departments which meet certain professional criteria, recognizing planning efforts that have achieved community support, to encourage the funding of professional training for planning commissioners and staff, and finally, to aid economic development and community image. For 2025, 49 cities across the state of Texas were awarded this recognition. Fate was the only city in Rockwall County to have earned this distinction. So in acknowledging this, the receipt of this award, I do want to extend my gratitude to you and the Fate City Council for providing our department the resources and providing training to staff and planning and zoning commissioners, for recognizing the importance of certifications to bolster confidence in our profession, to support the maintenance, for supporting the maintenance and currency of our guiding plans adopted and implemented by the city, such as the comprehensive plan, Parks and Trails master plan, and our utility plans, for listening to the community and implementing the vision supported by the majority of our residents and businesses, and finally, for trusting your professional planning staff to administer the rules and regulations that you've adopted and to plan for a safe, attractive, and prosperous community. Thank you.
I just have one. Yeah, that's... Did I hear you say correctly that we're the only city in Rockwall County that received this award?
Yes, sir. It is a proactive application process, so I can't say that any of our neighboring cities applied and were not granted, but we take the time and effort to make sure that we put it in.
I just want to know, do we have plans to make sure that they all know that we're the only ones in Rockwall County?
I'll call the Blue Ribbon News tomorrow.
There we go. There we go. Well, congratulations. That's wonderful.
Can we get a photo, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, next item, please.
Next will be Agenda Item 3C, which is discussion of Department of Public Safety sex offender process.
Is that on here? You see it on there? Okay. There we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is a presentation that we did at Town Hall also that spurred a lot of information from our community about a non-registered sex offender. And so this is an update of that, as well as a couple items within this topic to show some of our processes and some of our challenges as well with this. So a lot of you remember that we did have some tips about a non-registered sex offender that came in, and we started an investigation. And since then, this person has been apprehended, but I'll go through and kind of work a little bit backwards on this to show exactly what was done and some of the things that we did during this investigation. Early Saturday morning, October 25th, I received a contact that Stephen Randall Pennell was arrested in Mays County, Oklahoma, on the warrant from our department, which is for failing to register as a sex offender. And we filed a case subsequent of that for a felony too with the Rockwall County District Attorney. So an anonymous tip came in to us on Friday afternoon, September 19th in the afternoon. And there was also some social media posts that was put out to the community, as well as a flyer that was put out to the community, warning of this person. And that is a good safety thing for the community, but it does hamper us a little bit. So if we were to ask people, give us a chance for a little bit beforehand so we can have the element of surprise. But ultimately, we were able to get this person incarcerated. So the gentleman's name, Stephen Randall Pennell. He's 5'10", little over 220. He has no Texas driver's license, no Texas DL or ID, date of birth 4/28/74. And we had his vehicle information and some pictures from his social media and from the tips that were sent to us. This is his relationship status, which is actually what started some of this. She was a teacher at one of our local schools, and from some complaints there, so a investigative citizen was able to find his information and then relay that to us. His residence information, he has lived in Fate since October 6th of 2022. And this is some of his deed history that's public information that's out there. And so he has been here a while. His last known employment was McCormick and Company in Irving. And we tried to make contact with that company, and they weren't very helpful to us, but then we found through our investigation that he wasn't there any longer. So we started our investigation on searching for him. And we found through this investigation that we had some license plate reader hits in various places in Oklahoma in early September, and they continued into October, the same license plate reader hits in the same locations. And so the last license plate reader hit in Rockwall County was the 7th of September. And so we hadn't had any contact with him in Rockwall County or in Texas from that point. His current employment, we weren't sure of at that point, and we continued to receive some tips about his home and various things. We also received a tip about a U-Haul truck that was at the address over a weekend and into the early part of next week. And another tip came in while we were here at council meeting that was received, and I sent officers out because there was people around the U-Haul, and it actually was for a different address, just a few houses up. So we're building a case. We want to build a case that is a solid case, not just for an arrest, but for a conviction as well. And so our investigation was leading that he wasn't living at the residence any longer, and that we were trying to gather evidence that he did live there, and that evidence would help us in court because we still have a case. This is a really good case for us that we can file on this person. And so we use some of our electronic methods to find his vehicle registration, some of his banking information, various things like that, so we could place that he was receiving mail there. He did establish residency there, and it wasn't just a homeowner or things like that. He owned the house, but he actually lived there. And so we were gathering those informations to build a solid case for this conviction. The sex offender registry, it was of course 0. He intentionally didn't register. This is not his first time that we found that he had not registered as a sex offender. He did this in another state as well. And so that when we do look him up, it's that he's not just coming from another jurisdiction. We had nothing in Texas to go off of. So the question comes up that how does law enforcement jurisdiction know that a sex offender has moved to our area? Well, we don't necessarily. The onus is on them, the requirement for them to tell us when they, within 7 days of establishing residency, they are supposed to tell us, or at least make contact with us to schedule a time to register with their current information. It's very difficult for us to know all the people that live here, rent, purchase, stay with friends, and we've had one of those that our detectives actually found this person that through his registry that he was living with a brother and was told that he can't live there in that area because of our residency restrictions and was told to leave. And we went through that for a little while. We can't conduct criminal investigations on just anybody. You know, we need a reasonable suspicion that there's a crime for us to start those kind of investigations. We're very careful on protecting our Fourth Amendment of our residents. And so that's one of the things that we have in place in our training and experience and with all of our officers, that we want to make sure that we don't violate anybody's rights, but we do want to protect our community. We had officers watching the house. That not always do you see our officers, and I'm going to show you a couple pictures in a minute to kind of tip our hand a little bit to our investigation in a lot of the things that we do and some of the tricks that we have. And so we also used license plate reader technology. We put license plate reader on this street so that we would know if he came in and up and down that street or whatever, that it would, because we do have a case on this person and we can put him on a hot list, which we did, and that so that would pop up on any license plate reader that we have that attached to. So we had 24/7 monitoring of this area of his vehicle license plates. So this is our fleet. This is our most recognizable part of our fleet. Everybody sees our patrol cars up and down the street, up and down the highway, very easy to recognize. A lot of reflective striping and large marking. This is a little bit less recognizable of our fleet. We have several unmarked vehicles. One of these is one of our patrol officers that does a lot of narcotics intervention. The other two are staff vehicles that we have. And then we have a lesser recognizable fleet. We have just some Nissan Rogues. We have 2 Nissan Rogues. We have a black Ford pickup, and we have a gray and a silver Dodge Durango, and just received a charcoal one as well that don't necessarily look like regular police cars. You know, so those are part of our police fleet that we do investigations in, and some of our routine things and surveillance and stuff like that. So the Nissan Rogues were purchased specifically for this, that we could go out and be in areas and general public may not know what they're seeing, that it's an officer in the car, and a lot of times in plain clothes. So during this, to kind of back up a little bit, that we had a town hall of some of these things just before these next set of slides was added. All of what you saw was the exact same thing that we did at a town hall in Chamberlain Crossing. And a couple of things that came out of that, that after the meeting, a couple comments. One was that we had a lot of misinformation out there on social media about our investigation, that we weren't necessarily doing an investigation, that we had to be told multiple times to conduct an investigation. that even the mayor had to get involved to do this. And, jokingly, I have contacts, I have a hard time contacting the mayor. He doesn't call me back very well, so.
I'd like to strike that from the official record, please.
But, and another thing that I didn't see Ms. Kaiser here this evening, but we had a nice talk afterwards. She was even explaining that her son that's in federal law enforcement, that this investigation, the 4 weeks that we spent to get this person in jail was a very appropriate amount of time, and in some cases very fast, because he wasn't in state and wasn't in our community. And there was another conversation that I had that, some of the misinformation out there with the U-Haul, that we weren't doing anything, we weren't watching it, we refused to do something with it, that's not necessarily true. We had officers watch it, we had officers respond on the night that the people were around, and we do want to do law enforcement. That's why our people are here. We have a great team, and we have a lot of great people that are in our patrol division or in our detective division, and so they like to do the work. So after that, this has been added to this slideshow, that it was an out-of-state extradition. The arrestee waived his rights to extradition. If he did not, we would not have been able to go get him without a governor's warrant that comes out of the district attorney's office to say that, yes, you can go get him. But he did waive that, and then we're able to do that. He was arraigned in Mays County, Oklahoma. On Monday, October 27th, our detectives went to Oklahoma, retrieved him, and brought him back to our jail. That was quite a trip. That was an all-day thing for him. The case has been submitted to the Rockwall County District Attorney as a felony 2 for failure to register as a sex offender. Now, what's next for this person? There was a bond set for $30,000. He has made bond. He is out and on bond and required to wear an ankle monitor. And there is, the court clerk has not set a court date. I looked at that today, and there's still not a court date pending for him, but that has all been sent over to them. He also has been sent a letter, certified and non-certified, to his residence, his last known residence that we have, to say that that is a exclusion zone of our city ordinance, that he cannot reside there. Now, as of Friday, I checked, and since he's made bond, his vehicle is hitting license plate readers in Oklahoma again. So there's something that's taking him there. Apparently, maybe that's where he's establishing residency now. And that's what I have. Is there any questions?
Questions from council?
All right.
I have one question about, I guess another one. On these laws, and probably more for Jennifer than anything, are these laws written as clearly as they could be? Is there anything that you think we can do to strengthen them? Is there any sort of language that we could update?
I certainly could take a look at that. I will say that, and by these laws, the only law that we have control over is the sexual offender registry ordinance that's in our code of ordinances. Mm-hmm. And certainly we could take a look at that. The chief and I could take a look at that. These areas have a lot of case law regarding them and are highly litigated, and so certainly any updates we would want to research before we did them.
Okay, so, but yeah, you definitely recommend something if we needed to tighten something up, because we always want to be looking, at anything that we can do as a council, because, of course, laws need to be very clear and concise so that law enforcement can enforce them, and that citizens know exactly what they need to do to obey them. So,
sure, I know staff and I, as your city attorney, are always trying to make things better.
I appreciate that about you. Thank you.
Any other thoughts or questions for the chief? Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, Ms. Vicki, what is our next item, please?
Next will be Agenda Item 4, which is public comment. And I've received several requests to address the council. First being from Autumn Lebinsky, address 114 Vallon Drive, and she wishes to speak on Agenda Item 6I.
Hi, Council. Autumn Lebinsky, 114 Vallon. I had this nice presentation with statistics, things like that on it. I left it at home. You probably don't want to hear it anyways, but I just wanted to come and speak in support of Item 6I. I don't know much about different law enforcement departments, things like that, but I do know about organizational hierarchy. And I think splitting the departments, knowing that we are not requiring our current officers, whether they be police or fire, to be triple certified. Working in organizational hierarchy, it sometimes gives employees a sense, a feeling of, I have somebody to go to that's an expert in my field, and that's not going to like somebody that's a head director, things like that. So I just wanted to put my support out there, just because when the DPS dual system was kind of created, I was here when that all happened, and it was smart at that time fiscally, and for the size that we are now triple about that size of towns that still support that model. We have 3 times the amount of people now. So it just makes sense that it's time to kind of split that off. If we're not requiring them to be triple cert, they should each have their own bosses and have their own departments and their own budgets and things like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Encenia, address 407 George Drive, wishes to speak about public comments.
Hello,
Welcome.
everyone. Thank you. I've been here a few times because I'm trying to learn of what you guys do and what's going on in the city. I've actually applied for planning and zoning just to see what's going on. I do appreciate you guys do talk about. I'm still trying to learn the procedures of what you guys do and how I cannot raise my hand during y'all's discussion because I really want to. Because I actually am a payroll analyst. I ask a lot of questions, and I actually try to go through it outside the box because sometimes people don't realize what goes on outside the box. But I'm just here to learn, and if I have questions, I know I could probably go to either one of y'all and ask those questions. And the police chief that was here, I was there when we had the community meeting at Chamberlain Crossing. So with the Fate Police Department, it's like he said, they have zero tolerance. And one of the things I learned about the Fate Police Department, I was on grand jury for 6 months. So last year. So I learned a lot of that and what we could see. And I do appreciate what the Fate Police Department is doing because you guys are listed as, it could be political, but as number 9 in the safest places to live. And that's why I want to get involved with what you do, because I want to be part of the community and keep the community safe. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Come back anytime and address the council. That'd be great.
You don't want me to do that.
Okay, next we have Amanda Archer Domley, address 118 Cameron Drive, and speaking on agenda item 6I.
Hi.
Welcome.
I'm Amanda Archer Domley. I live at 118 Cameron Drive. I'm in for splitting up the department. And I just want to say my reasons why. I think our Fate DPS is doing a wonderful job. But my reasoning behind this is if you look at other departments out there, they have their own offense and defense team. And right now, I feel like we're stressing our team out too much. We've got them too thin for a city the size that we are growing into. And before we know it, we're going to be double what we already are. So I think we need to get in place to follow other cities like Rockwall, Rowlett. I'm from Paris, Texas. They're all divided up, and Paris, Texas is a city of 25,000. And they have a set DPS and a set Fate PD, a fire department. So at this point, I feel like we're getting too big for the model that we have. And so that's why I wanted to come up and say I do appreciate everything that our chief brought to us, because I really appreciate that, but I think they need some backup here. I think they need more help because it's getting bigger. We've got a station over on our side of town now. There's a station over here. We see how big Wood Creek's getting, the new division that's going to come off of the U tract. We're going to need a bigger force, and I don't think we can keep piling on our existing guys that we already have. So that's just my thoughts on the process. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next few forums that I have did not wish to speak, but wanted their sentiment on the record. So Mike Laborde did not want to speak, but wanted his opposition against agenda item 6I, 6D, and 6F on the record. And then I also have Monica Laborde, 209 Vernon Drive, wanted opposition against 6D, 6E, and 6I on the record. And then I have Steve Huffman, address 6824 West State Highway 66, did not wish to speak, but wanted support for agenda item 5E and 6G on the record. And then Amanda that just spoke, she also wanted to talk about agenda item 6E and 6F. 6F is a public hearing item, so if she wants to speak, that'll be heard during the public hearing portion, but she can speak during public comment on 6E. So Amanda, if you want to talk about the development agreement. And for the record, address 118 Cameron Drive.
So I'll go ahead and say what I need to say right here at this time. I'm opposed to the Sundale Heights development. The road Greenbriar is too small to handle the development. The offshoot is going to go through the reserves, and we need to still continue to focus towards commercial. We do not have the commercial base yet in place to keep supporting our city as we have. I realize that we have the cactus project that's coming, or U-Tract, or whatever it was called, but it's not here yet. We're not even finished with the little section right there by Fresh. We've got a lot of little things that are coming. We've got the section off of 551 between that and Greenbriar. It's still not built out, but I can tell you as somebody that has to take my kids to school in the morning, Greenbriar is backed so far up, I go back down Chamberlain Crossing. I don't go down Greenbriar. I skip it because I'm going to be sitting there for 10 or 15 minutes in the morning. We add that extra section there, we're just piling on to another, round of here we go, we're waiting at the red light again. And then we're causing more wrecks trying to get out right there. Because I can't tell you how many wrecks we've seen, just people trying to get out in a hurry in the mornings because there's no red light. So I am against it until we have the infrastructure to be able to support that. I'm not saying that I'm totally against it in the future, but I also want to bring up that this is in a 100-year floodplain. I want to reiterate, it's in a 100-year floodplain. There is a pond there. I worry about the subsidence. If we build on top of something like this, is it going to sink? I lived in the city of Denton. Kroger built right on top of a pond and the wall fell off. So I just want y'all to remember those things, that the weight of concrete and buildings on top of that, they eventually subside. So these are some things that I think we need to take into consideration before we start building on top of it. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And those are all of the forums that I have.
Okay, thank you. So what is the next item, please?
Next will be agenda item 5, which is consent agenda.
Okay, and council, before we consider a motion, I know that Mr. Manival wanted to make a comment about 5B.
5B is the 5B is the purchase of a Vector Impact Combination Sewer Cleaner for sanitary sewer operations. And it mentions the price, and I thought since it specifically mentioned the price, $446,670, I wanted to make sure everyone was clear that was planned for in the budget under the capital plan. And I got a copy of the budget. It's on page 191, but I just thought since big amount called out there, people might wonder, where'd that come from? So not opposing it, just wanted to make it clear what that was.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manival. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion, we pass the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and second. Any discussion? All right, please vote. The motion to pass the consent agenda passes 7-0. Okay, next agenda item, please.
Agenda item 6A, conduct a public hearing for the proposed City of Fate Property Assessed Clean Energy PACE program.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Matt Wavering, the Director of Economic Development. I'm actually going to give a quick presentation on the next 3 agenda items, just to knock them all out of the way for you, so you can move on to more important topics. But we did, I believe 6 of you were here in early October when we introduced this program, so I'm going to reiterate what I did. I'll repeat myself on some of this, but we've completed 2 of the steps necessary to get to a CPACE program, and the next 3 agenda items will check off those next 3. So what is a CPACE program? It's the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Financing Program. It's an economic development tool. It was created in 2013 by the PACE Act, which is a piece of the Local Government Code, Chapter 399. It is a state-enabled, locally administered financing program. What this does is it helps commercial developers and property owners in Texas to fund energy efficiency and water conservation projects on their buildings, so their improvements. This is for new construction as well as retrofitting or renovations. What this does is it provides a 100% upfront financing for eligible improvements. Eligible improvements, I'll have another slide for that, but that being any item that improves water conservation or basically anything that uses energy in a building. It allows for the long-term repayment over the life of the improvements through a voluntary property tax assessment, which sticks with the property. It's non-recourse financing. It's transferable upon the sale of the property, provides some flexible repayment options, and it has lower interest rates compared to a traditional mezzanine financing. So this is that last piece of the financing after the loan and the equity of a developer and their capital deck. The last little piece would be mezzanine financing, would typically have a high financing, a high interest rate. This is an opportunity for those building developers and owners to improve the efficiency of their building, and then the benefit to them is lower interest rate financing for those pieces. What's eligible? All commercial projects, commercial buildings are eligible for this. Residential are not, and government properties are also not. They're excluded. What is included in there? Like I said, anything that uses energy or water. If the builder goes above and beyond the building code for create more efficiency, that entire system now becomes financing available for the PACE program. What's the benefit to the property owner? Well, obviously, it's going to increase their property value and their NOI. It's going to improve their cash flow because they're paying lower interest rates. And again, it's a low-cost alternative. For the tenant themselves, which might also be the building owner, they now have reduced energy costs and lower utility bills. What does that do for the City of Fate? Reduces utility demand, enhances property values. If it enhances property values, it also enhances property taxes. That can increase the local economy by creating new building stock for more businesses to open up in Fate. Helps us with business retention and expansion. When you have an older building with a existing business in it, they might look for greener pastures down the road. This program offers an ability for them to renovate that building and stick around in Fate with better efficient property and a lower interest rate. Number 1 with the bullet, there's no cost to the city or to the public. Because this is a government program, it has an assessment tied to it. It is a government function, and therefore the local government is responsible for administering that. None of us want to do that, so we work with local third-party authorized representatives to take care of that for us. In fact, every PACE program in the state is utilized as a third-party delegate. Again, there's no cost to the city, but that third-party administrator initiates the financing. They maintain all the contracts. They do all the required reporting and the compliance, and it's funded by the loan itself. So the building developer who gets the loan is paying some closing costs. That's paying their fee. It's a win-win for all parties involved. In our case, there's a couple of different administrators that operate in Texas, but we have chosen Lone Star Pace. They have been around for about 8 years. They're in North Texas, they're in Frisco, and they administer for 19 counties and 8 cities, including our neighbors in Rockwall. They cover about 60% of the state's population with the cities and counties that they administer the PACE program for. Okay, so recommended action, a couple of these have already been accomplished. I presented this program to you all on October 6th, and you all approved the resolution of intent to establish the program. That was step 1. Step 1B was also to publish the PACE program report on the website, which we did when we posted up this agenda item on October 6th. Tonight, 3 items, once again. We're required to hold a public hearing. That's the first item. The second one is we'd be required to approve a resolution establishing the PACE program. And then finally, there'd be the approval of the agreement with Lone Star PACE to be our third-party program administrator for the program. So that was quick, but again, this is the second time you've heard this, so are there any questions? I'm happy to answer them.
Hey, Matt, I actually have a question. So when we award this to this one person, is that normal to just have one with people have no choice of who they want to go with, or?
Yeah, it is. So the organizations that are available, they're very, very similar in how they do things. In both their contracts, they like to exclude the other. Now, if we're unhappy with them, we do have we can get out of the contract in 30 days.
Okay, and then after 30 days, we're just, and how long is the contract?
That's a good question. Jennifer, do you remember?
We can both look it up, but it's a 30-day termination at any point.
Right.
Oh, at any point,
Right, at
okay.
any time,
All right.
yeah.
All right, sorry, I thought you meant we had 30 days and then we were locked in. after
No,
that.
sorry.
Okay.
It's, yeah.
All right,
yeah.
all right, thanks.
My
I don't
point
even know how
was,
long
if
it
we
is.
don't like them, we could,
Okay.
we can move on in 30 days.
Okay, thanks.
Also, I'll note that on the third agenda item, 6C, I believe it is, with Lone Star PACE, I do have Ryan McCormick here, and so if there are any questions about the contract or about Lone Star PACE or anything about the program, because these guys are experts, he is more than willing to answer any questions at that point in time.
I can't see who was first, so we'll start with Mr. Kelly.
So, sorry, you mentioned these loans are repaid through property taxes and a tax assessment?
It's an assessment, yes.
So, you also mentioned that the loans are non-recourse or not personally guaranteed.
Right.
So I'm assuming that if the borrower goes into default, that the repayment for that is taken via tax lien when the property's sold?
Yeah, so it's tied to the property, so I think that is right, Ryan?
Okay. Just curious, because when I see non-recourse in any commercial loan, it always gets a little weird from a lending side.
Yeah, and to be honest, most of them are. In many of these cases, a lot of them are.
So part of
they don't usually have a personal guarantee involved with them.
So part of the loan agreement would be granting recourse through that tax lien?
Yeah.
It's not a tax lien, it's an assessment.
On new construction, there is personal recourse through completion of construction. Then after that, it's non-recourse. The financing is linked to the property. It is actually similar to a property tax. It's pari passu with property taxes. However, it's not a property tax lien. It's actually a special assessment. It's an agreement. And the interesting thing about it is that we have subordination language that we work in as a municipal advisory firm under Rule G42. We have a fiduciary duty of loyalty and duty of care to our municipal clients. So if there's ever any property taxes that are delinquent and the PACE assessment, let's just say the developer walks away, you guys would be made whole first before we would take anything else, right? So we are pari passu in language under legislation statewide, but we subordinate and are junior to local government in the property taxes in that sense.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Mr. Manival.
Okay, I just wondered what kind of lenders are used for these projects? Is it something different from the normal financing for the rest of the project?
All kinds of banks, yeah. You work with all kinds of clients.
Typically, yes. We have almost a dozen different capital providers that come in. A lot of them are nationwide. They're going to be very familiar to the developers that are out there. They're going to be life codes. So you're going to think like Carlisle, Athene, TIAA, who does all of the teachers' pension funds. Right? These have, looking at PACE, it's a very safe and secure vehicle for them. So you're seeing a lot of life co and pension fund money out there.
Institutional.
Institutionals, correct, yes.
Okay, Mr. Hatley.
This is probably a question I saw online, probably wanted to get it out there. Is participation required for covered people? Do they have to opt into this if it's a business?
Okay, so and Governor Perry in his wisdom knew that Texans don't like to be told what to do, right? And to further the state's energy and water conservation efforts, he said, hey, here's a carrot. Let's build these buildings better instead of anyone being forced to do. So it's completely voluntary in the way that it's going. Each city or county, it's up to them to establish a program. And what we do, and we specialize in administration of public benefit programs. The sister companies that we represent have facilitated over $45 billion since 2003. But each local government establishes it, and then as Matt mentioned, none of them want the burden of doing it themselves. We give ease of use and certainty of execution because a developer can work with us pretty much across the state in the geographically dense areas.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from council? Okay, thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next, so now we're at the public hearing section. So we will open up the public hearing for agenda item 6A at 6:47 p.m.
I have nobody signed up to speak for this item.
Okay, then we will close the public hearing segment of this meeting tonight at 6:47 p.m. Next item, please.
Next is 6B, discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding resolution number R 2025-088, establishing a Property Assessed Clean Energy Act program, providing for the incorporation of the premises.
Did you want to say something first?
We're recommending approval of the program and the contracts.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve resolution number R 2025-088.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, seeing as there's a motion and a second, any further discussion? Okay, please vote. Motion 6B, or motion for agenda item 6B passes 7-0. Next item, please.
Next is 6C, discuss, consider, and take action regarding resolution number R 2025-089, approving a professional services contract with Lone Star Pace LLC to serve as the authorized representative of the city for the City of Fate Property Assessed Clean Energy Program.
Okay, and Mr. Kovacs, you're requesting approval of the resolution?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Make a motion, we approve R 2025-089.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the agenda item? All right, please vote. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, next agenda item, please.
Next will be 6D. This is an application for a zoning change request from agriculture to neighborhood commercial to allow for marketing the property for future commercial development. The case number is ZR 25011. We'll have a staff summary followed by applicant presentation, a public hearing, and then ultimately consider action on ordinance number O 2025-045.
Thank you.
Right, so this is a first of a couple of zoning requests that are coming before you tonight. The project is called the Gein Fate Main zoning request. This is project ID ZR 25001. So this zoning request before you is what we call a straight zoning request, meaning that it's just going from one zoning district to the other. The current zoning falls as a default under the agricultural zoning standards, as the property was never zoned. The requested zoning district is neighborhood commercial. The reasoning for the neighborhood commercial zoning request is to prepare the property for marketability to targeted users, The applicant has indicated that she is targeting medical office, retail, or restaurants on the subject property. Here's an aerial showing the location of the property. As you can see, it's at the intersection of West Fate, Main and State Highway 66. It consists of 2 lots totaling approximately 0.65 acres. Again, located at basically the western corner of the intersection of West Fate, Main and State Highway 66. And the property is currently vacant. And as you can see in the photo, the property wraps around an existing single-family home. That home is owned by a separate property owner, and so that's not subject to the zoning request before you tonight. So for a zoning request, the Unified Development Ordinance lists 3 criteria to be considered when evaluating the proposal. First is whether the proposal is in line with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans. The 2021 Forward Fate Comprehensive Plan assigns this property the dynamic neighborhood place type. The neighborhood commercial zoning district is one of the representative zoning districts that indicates alignment with the future land use plan with the zoning proposal. Office and commercial uses are representative uses for this use type as well. And the property is geographically integrated within the nearby residential, but also adjacent to some commercial properties just on the other side of 66. So it's in that kind of transitional location. So staff have found that the criterion A has been met. Criterion B is looking at the character of the surrounding neighborhood and compatibility therewith. To the north and west of the property is the Wood Creek single-family residential subdivision. To the south is basically older parts of our downtown. To the east is our downtown core along East Fate, Main. And neighborhood commercial uses are compatible as a transition from Wood Creek to downtown. So basically, the types of uses that are allowed in neighborhood commercial zoning districts are generally compatible with reasonable proximity to single-family or other residential uses, as well as more concentrated commercial uses. So criterion B, we find, is also met with this proposal. Criterion C doesn't have any specific applicability here worthy of consideration. We sent out a public notice to all property owners within 200 feet of the subject property, as well as published the notice in the local newspaper. You can see here that basically everything north of State Highway 66 was impacted. State Highway 66 and then the adjacent railroad right-of-way is large enough that you don't hit anything on the other side with that 200-foot buffer. That meant we sent 19 letters out to those adjacent property owners. As of this afternoon, we received 1 written response, and that was against the proposal. It was from an applicant, from a respondent who indicated that we don't need any businesses with more traffic in the area, and the applicant is fine, the respondent is fine with the rundown house as it is. Again, I want to reiterate that the rundown house, as they stated, is not on the property requesting a rezone, so rezoning the subject property wouldn't affect the continued use of that home. Because this is a small piece of property with not very much ultimate information on the intensity or the types of uses, we didn't have enough information to run a fiscal analysis, and so we went ahead and bypassed that step. Last month, the Planning and Zoning Commission evaluated this proposal and are recommending approval of the zoning request with a vote of 4-1 with 1 member absent. That ends my presentation. I can take your questions now or later on.
Questions from the council? Mr. Harper?
So Ryan, I know that the house is vacant there, but what is in commercial, neighborhood commercial, what's the height of a building that can be built next door to that house? How many stories?
I don't know off the top of my head. I believe it's about 30 feet.
So about 4 stories. 30 feet? Yeah.
That's 3 stories.
3 stories?
generally.
Okay.
Three
stories.
Commercial, usually
Commercial's
ground floors.
14 feet.
Sorry?
Commercial's about 14 feet,
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
so 2 and a bit.
Maybe 2.
Okay. And I guess we don't typically see zoning cases where people zone it and then shop it, right? We see people come.
Well, actually, that's a very common occurrence. A lot of those petro hunt properties along I-30, they're zoning it so that they can market those properties. They kind of know who they're going for, but they're not gonna really
Right, but that's
make a
not
deal until
neighborhood
it's-
commercial, though. That's just straight commercial,
Well,
correct?
along Memorial Parkway, south of Greenbriar, that strip of land that includes Lightbridge Academy and the commercial strip and ultimately O'Reilly's, that's all zone neighborhood commercial.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Manival.
There was one of the maps you put up, the property is not contiguous.
Right.
There's a little triangle. I just wondered, I'm not sure the measurements of that. Is that big enough for any kind of development?
So both of those parcels, there are two separate parcels.
Okay.
They're divided by an old city-owned right-of-way, which is, those rights-of-way are 80 feet wide. So basically, that's an 80-foot span between the large piece of property and the smaller piece of property. The smaller piece of property in its current state could potentially support parking or something like that, but if any of those adjacent parcels decide to rezone, then it's possible that there could be a more productive use of that. The applicant also indicated their desire to at least discuss with the city, trying to acquire some of that right-of-way so that she could create some contiguity between those parcels. We're not at all obligated to, consider that, but they did indicate that they were interested in that. So that's basically why they're trying to zone both with some potential future changes in the condition.
It'd be nice if you could move the vacant house over to that triangle. Let them swap.
I guess just if I'm making sure as I'm looking forward thinking on this, as far as accessing the property when it's commercial, will we get to look and have a further discussion on if that's going to be from 66 versus Fate Main? Will that be part of whatever somebody brings to us as a potential development?
Well, so upon entitlement of the property for neighborhood commercial, any subsequent review stages would be at the staff level. So we would
Okay.
review it for the use compatibility, the site plan, and the civil plans, ultimately the building permits. So this property wouldn't come back to you unless the requested use required a specific use permit, which is another discretionary step.
Okay. Did you have a question, Mr. Kelly?
Question and comment. First off, on the comment, per the UDO, the maximum height on this is 3 stories or 45 feet.
45 feet, okay.
To the
Thank you.
eve. And the weird part, and talk me through this, I'm sure the applicant will also, the weird part to this, and I know y'all talked about it in P&Z, I watched the presentation, but I want everybody to understand. The one yellow, it's a donut hole, basically,
Yeah.
the zoning for this. So,
You're talking about
where the house
the
is right
home,
now.
yeah.
It creates a little bit of a gap there. I would assume there's conversations with the property owner to try to.
There are, I can confirm that.
So, so there are conversations going on, something could happen, could not. It would definitely seem a lot, easier to develop the property to have all of it. If they don't, it's just weird having that little residential donut in a neighborhood commercial deal.
Sure.
I mean, what are your thoughts on that? What can create a problem with that down the road?
Well, the property has a very odd configuration and shape, so it's going to pretty significantly limit what can happen on that property. The commercial setbacks as they are, and you have the code in front of you, so you know better than I do, but I mean, there's setback requirements from all property lines, and so the presence of that home in there really limits where any building footprints can be or any structural locations. I think, without additional, and I'm speculating here, but without additional movement on negotiating on that residential property or perhaps acquisition of some of the right-of-way, I think there's probably going to be some decent limitations on what can be put here. The applicant is here. She may have some ideas that she can share with you where she's already done some market research. I really don't think we're going to end up seeing a 3-story building here. I mean, honestly, because every story has a parking requirement and the limited space and configuration of the lot. You're not going to be able to even meet your parking requirement there, and much less the character of the location just doesn't really warrant or support a really intensive type of commercial use.
And the only other comment I'll make, and this will probably relate to any development deal we look at going forward, is for me, straight zoning is the area makes sense for what we're talking about, but not knowing what is going to go in there in the future can be a concern. And so just going forward, I think I would have a greater comfort level of either having a good idea of what's going to go in there, or having some sort of plan development agreement in place, that if it's going to be some sort of just regular strip type center that you see along stretches like this, or something, that we've got a commitment of what that's going to look like. I know this is probably too small of a development to do this, but, and again, in that area, this zoning makes sense. But I know we want to have an understanding of what we're getting, and we've had a couple of cases to where we've zoned things thinking one thing was going to come in, and we're getting something a little bit different.
I mean, we've had that with planned developments in the past too,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely,
So, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold, forgive me. Or I've gotten over a cold, but you know how it goes. So, you know, with zoning, what I encourage the council to be looking at right now is simply the compatibility of the zone and the uses that are allowed in that zone with the future land use plan. I think that's the most important aspect to look at. Of course, also with that compatibility of adjacent uses. In order to facilitate straight zoning, the uses are regulated by the table of allowed uses, which as the council, you're able to go into and say, hey, I've got some concerns about this particular zoning district and what uses are allowed in there. Maybe we want to kind of look at that. And I'm more than happy to have that conversation. But I just do, honestly, just candidly, I just do caution about the overabundance of planned developments, because basically you're creating a new zoning district for every single piece of property. And that's not really how zoning works. You're supposed to be creating districts that have similar characters, similar types of uses that are compatible with one another. And that's what we're trying to do. I think here in Fate, the fact that half of our city is not zoned creates a little bit of a challenge for us. So we're looking at each of these properties individually and not stepping back and looking at it particularly holistically like a zoning map would look like. You have an area that's all zoned the same, right? Not always, but that's generally how it would work. So just a couple thoughts that I wanted to share with you.
Ms. Huffman.
So can you confirm what the zoning is for the parcels just north of that across Fate, Maine? There's an area that has a church, and then right below it is 31601. Do we know how those are currently zoned?
I can find out in a moment. I believe it's zoned agriculture, but we can get our handy dandy interactive zoning map. Yes, so everything that's in the green here is all zoned agriculture. So these properties are zoned agriculture. This is all part of the Wood Creek PD. If you click on any of these parcels, it'll pop up and tell you exactly what the zoning district is. So everything north of Fate, Maine is Wood Creek PD. All of these parcels, these single-family homes, and the church property are all zoned agriculture, which again, as you can see, is a very common condition for that area.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Chen.
If we zone this neighborhood commercial, how do we keep another car wash from being planted right there? Because we've got like 15 at this point.
Well, let's see here. I'm going to take us to the use standards, which includes the table of allowed uses. And I don't believe car washes are allowed in the neighborhood commercial zone, but I'm not going to.
I would love to hear that.
Yeah, let me just double check that. Again, this table is for public consumption. It's on our website. And if we go down to auto-related uses, car and truck wash is only allowed in the general commercial and in heavy industrial zoning districts.
Love that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we get examples of what are allowed in commercial?
Sure.
Neighborhood commercial.
So the NC zone right here is the applicable zoning district. So it could allow with a specific use permit a minor auto repair. So any of the boxes that are open like this require a specific use permit. Anything is closed like this is permitted outright. If the box is empty, then it's not allowed in that zone. I mean, I don't want to take you through the whole thing, but I mean, generally, this zone supports offices, some light retail, professional services, things of that nature. So schools, some retail, like you can see here, building materials. Again, if it's an open box within the square, that requires a specific use permit, so that would come back to you for consideration. So there's not, you can see there's some real estate services, some professional services. That's most commonly what we see in the neighborhood commercial zone. When we lay out these allowed uses, we do try to consider the compatibility in general of the uses in that zone with the potential for being relatively close to residential uses. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here. But again, I think for this property, honestly, the property shape is going to have some limiting impact without any adjustment, without any add-ons of property. It's going to have some limiting factors on what can actually be done here. Does that answer your question, Mr. Harper? Yes, I'm sorry.
Any other comments from council? Okay, thank you. Did I hear you say the applicant does have a presentation?
She doesn't have a presentation, but I'm sure she would like to introduce herself
Oh,
and be
okay.
available for questions.
Absolutely. Come on up. Welcome.
This is my first city council meeting, so I appreciate you guys taking the time to hear me out. And I don't know if it's the same as the planning meeting, but I'm Tracy Geen. I own these two lots here as well as a home here in Fate at 2113 Reuben Road. I am a full-time realtor for almost 20 years as well as an investor. So I flip about 6 houses a year. I bought this property about 5-6 years ago with the plan of holding it and developing it. As discussed by the planning director, I have met with the gentleman that owns the home there in the little horseshoe about developing it and coming together and developing it. He was involved with one of the developments downtown as well, one of the 3-story buildings there. And so he and I have talked about developing that in its entirety, and that is definitely on the table. At the same time, I looked at it for a medical office building because I've had 2 different doctors that I've spoken with that want to potentially move into that location. So my intention is to get it zoned commercial and then decide if he and I are going to partner and do a development there, or if we are going to go ahead and just build a medical office building with a residential facade, because it is there next to those houses so that it would not be an eyesore. The other thing that was mentioned with one of the comments was the traffic, and ideally with it having an entrance on both Fate Main Place and Highway 66, there would be no additional traffic caused by placing that there, because they would be able to enter from both sides. As discussed with the city manager, I've also looked into talking with the city about that easement and potentially swapping part of my property on the front corner there with the city for part of that access to easement in order to make that an easier thoroughfare, as well as trying to get possession of a couple of properties there to the left of it. So,
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council or comments? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
thank you.
Okay, so public hearing. So we'll open that at 7:09 p.m.
I do not have any forms to speak for this item.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 7:09 p.m. Do I have any further discussion, or do I have a motion on this agenda item?
I make a motion that we pass ordinance number 02025-045.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, please vote. Okay, the motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay, next agenda item, please.
Next is 6E. This is a proposed development agreement for a single-family subdivision known as Sundale Heights. First will be a staff summary, followed by applicant presentation, and ultimately consider resolution number R 2025-090.
Can I ask a question before we start this particular item? Since this is tied specifically to the next item, correct?
Yeah, it's related to, yes.
So since they're related, in my mind, it makes sense to swap the two items and look at the zoning deal first to see if we even need to consider the development agreement, because it would, why approve one if we're not going to do the other? But I'm sure you put it on the agenda this way for a reason, so I just want to understand that.
Yeah, and we've talked with the different city attorneys in the past about what's the proper order for the development agreement. We always I think our favorite style is to have the development agreement first, just to I think it shows you we've been working with the applicant. We've kind of thought through all the different issues. A lot of times it can answer questions that'll come up during the zoning. And then part of the thought process is always like, okay, we've got the development agreement, executed first, technically, before the zoning, versus the other way around in case something goes awry. So by approving the development agreement, you're not necessarily approving the zoning, but should the zoning pass, the development agreement's in place. So we don't.
What goes awry? Like, what does that mean? I'm not.
No, but I'm saying literally something could happen between the time we don't pass the development agreement and it's zoned. If we don't make the next move, then the property is zoned by right.
I don't know if Jennifer, if you've ever seen
So,
any-
I mean,
and we've got some.
I can make arguments either way, for which you do first. And in fact, Ryan and I have had numerous discussions about which goes first. And so I think it's just up to council which one goes first. Some councils prefer to have the development agreement done first for the very reasons that Michael suggested, and other councils prefer to consider the zoning first. And so I think you can make arguments either way. So that's up to the council which one you consider first.
One of the cities, I think it was Prosper, that was talking, the planning manager, the planning director came and spoke to us. I used to work with him in Galveston. He was a citizen. But they would have the development agreement executed and in the packet, like ready to go, and then do it concurrently with the zoning. So there's a lot of different ways to do it. So it probably doesn't matter one way or the other if you want to do it afterwards or before.
I'll leave it to you.
I don't care, I just want to understand, because it just seems odd to me that we would approve a development agreement and then may or may not approve the development. So it's just
Well, and I
whatever.
can understand how the citizens would see it and
Right.
raise an eyebrow.
And the other question is, if we don't agree with the development agreement and pass that, then do we still move on to zoning? That's how, I guess.
So they're two totally separate items. Obviously, the development agreement is for additional items in exchange for an incentive. And so certainly, the council could not approve the development agreement and could still approve the zoning. And then it would be up to the developer whether or not they want to do the development without the development agreement.
Or perhaps come back and renegotiate the development agreement for additional consideration by council.
Oh, sure, that's always a possibility.
Or have a motion to reconsider the development agreement after the zoning passed, and then vote on it again.
Okay. All right, thank you. It's a good educational opportunity there for sure. So we'll continue.
Shall we? Okay, great. So this will be a brief overview of the development agreement for Sundale Heights. Again, this is completely separate from the zoning case for which the hearing was continued from some time ago. Approval or denial of this development agreement has no bearing or does not obligate the council in either way on their decision on the zoning. I just want to make sure that that's very clear. So the purpose of this development agreement is twofold. One was to establish a credit and reimbursement agreement for a sidewalk extension along North Greenbriar Road. And then also it would establish and create design and development standards applicable to development that are above and beyond what is generally permitted and prescribed through the Unified Development Ordinance. So this is something that we negotiated with the applicant some time ago, and this development agreement actually came to the council in the last iteration of this project as part of their public improvements. Were this project approved and went through the various design stages, the applicant would be required to build an 8-foot wide sidewalk along their frontage on Greenbriar. We wanted to extend that sidewalk along the front of Reserve at Chamberlain so that all those neighborhoods would be directly tied to Joe Berger Park. It would have better connectivity with the park, and it would also help fulfill our Sidewalk and Trails connectivity program. And so in order to do that and in order to effect the development agreement, there is a description of the credit and reimbursement deal for those off-site improvements. So the section in front of Reserve at Chamberlain would be eligible for credits or reimbursements from our parks fees in order to cover those costs because they're doing something beyond the impacts of their own project. So that's one part of the development agreement. The second part is to create a list of design and development standards that all of the homes in the project would be subject to and would have to follow, again, were the project approved. That includes a minimum 80% front facade masonry requirement, as well as 40% for side facades. The development agreement has enhanced garage door materials and detailing standards, roof standards, energy efficiency requirements, full gutter requirements for all homes, facade variation standards, landscaping requirements, meaning that the project has to be fully landscaped before the homes are done with, which isn't always the case. And then there's also an allowance for double frontage lots. And that's because, as you can see in the lot layout on the right side of the screen, there are 16 lots in the middle of the property that basically front and back onto public streets. We do have a provision in our code that prohibits that design element, but because of the narrowness of the lot, because this property is proposing larger lots than many of the neighboring properties, as well as basically anywhere in the area, the layout kind of lends itself to having those double frontage lots. So the development agreement would allow for, as is shown here, those 16 lots to have the double frontage, and in order to maintain the development configuration that they're showing here. So this development agreement was created in coordination with our Department of Community Services and Building Safety. So a lot of the building elements, the energy efficiency and roof elements were incorporated through feedback with them. It is nearly the same agreement as from the prior iteration, except for the fact that we removed any mention of the amenity center because the current proposal doesn't have an amenity center due to the larger lot sizes. And the applicant has already signed the agreement indicating their dedication or agreement to the terms and their willingness to move forward with it. So that ends my brief presentation on the development agreement. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have one quick question.
Oh, okay.
So when you say double frontage lots, does that mean the front door is on one side and the
And the back fence is on the other.
Back fence is
We
on
do
the
have a
other.
requirement in the development agreement that they have to landscape the back side of their property so that there's just not a big flat fence there. It creates a more enjoyable and approachable
Okay.
street facade.
Okay, because I thought I don't see alley, so that's good. Okay.
Right,
thank
right,
you.
yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are we going to have an applicant presentation? I'm just looking at my...
Mayor, your mic is off.
Do we have an applicant presentation, or is what you...
The applicant is here to speak.
Oh. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Harper?
I do. Just wondering, hey, how are you?
Howdy. How you guys doing this evening?
Good. Just wondering why you removed the amenity center from that and what the plans are for the amenities for those folks that live there. Since they're going to be attached to an existing neighborhood that has amenities that other people pay for, I'm just kind of wondering what the process is.
So we, from first iteration to this iteration, reduced the lot count from high 90s down to low 50s.
And as a result, we thought the best thing that we could do is provide larger lots than what are consistent throughout the area. And then also the landscaping buffer and some of the other natural beautification stuff along with sidewalks. And so in our thought process, as we weigh opportunities for larger lots, larger square footage homes, we thought that the amenity center was a trade-off that would maybe make that a little more feasible for everybody to do infrastructure work as well as have the larger lot and the landscaping buffer. That's what we did with that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Yep, no, absolutely. And just one quick aside, I know there's a lot of back and forth about development agreement and zoning. Just for context sake, as an applicant in other cities, I think you obviously illustrated this incredibly well, both of you did. I think it's important for applicants to make promises to a city prior to any consideration and not thereafter. That way there's not a perception that somehow there's an exchange of value with respect to zoning. And so that's one of the reasons why development agreements are always put first. That way there's not some expectation that it would change after the fact.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, do I have a motion on the agenda item?
I make a motion that we approve resolution number R-2025-090, approving the development agreement between the City of Fate and Fate Greenbriar Road LLC.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have 2 seconds. All right, any further discussion? All right, please vote. All right, the motion passes 5-2.
And Mayor, if we could just announce that those two, for the folks at home, they can't see a lot of times who voted no.
Okay.
So if you could just announce that.
Sure, Councilmember Hatley and Councilman Manival voted no on the on the motion. Okay, next item, please.
Next will be 6F. This is an application for a zoning change request from agriculture to residential suburban density 1 to allow for a single-family subdivision. Let's see, that's going to be case number ZR 25009. First is the staff summary, followed by applicant presentation. Third will be the public hearing, which is continued from October 6, 2025, and then ultimately consider ordinance number O 2025-046.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We don't have any additional information. This is purely a continuation of the public hearing, so there wasn't an expectation on our part that we would be bringing any new information. So if you have questions for us or the applicant, we do have information available to you, but we're not going to be giving any formal presentations again. Unless you'd like any specific information, we do have the presentations available if you want to see anything specific.
Would anybody like to see the presentation or anybody looking for anything specific? Okay, Mr. Kelly?
Ryan, I do have a question for, since this is we've got a development agreement, but this is a straight zoning case.
Yes, sir.
So if we do have another property, if this developer doesn't develop the agreement and sells it to another developer, we don't have the development in place.
The development agreement is with this specific developer.
With the developer, correct. What is the minimum square footage that can be built in R1?
10,000 square feet.
I'm sorry, the minimum building square footage for a house?
We don't regulate that in our code.
So.
We don't require a minimum square footage of building on our lot.
Okay, so we do have it looks like we have a maximum of 30% lot coverage. Does that sound
Right.
right? So,
Yeah.
and that would be for a one-story building, but
Right, so
30%.
let me pull it up real quick and we'll take a look. Residential estate, and then next to the R1. Okay, so 10,000 square foot minimum lot size, maximum is 1 acre. Lot width minimum is 60 and maximum is 100, lot depth is 100. 30% lot coverage. So that is actual footprint of building on the ground that would be allowed. So 2-story, if you have a 3,000 square foot building, but it's 2 stories, that's still 30% because you're just looking at lot coverage.
Okay, and again, I just want to make sure we have an understanding of this because right now we're trusting the developer's going to develop the lot. But at the end of the day, it's a straight zoning case. So we've
Yep.
got an agreement with this developer. We don't have an agreement for anybody else down the road. So if this developer develops 30% of the lots and then sells the rest of the property to somebody else, it does revert back to our base zoning and not the development agreement. So I just want to emphasize that. I
Sure.
think that's.
I would say that within the development agreement, the only thing that is there's nothing in the development agreement that ties necessarily to the base zoning standards. Setbacks are the same, lot coverage is the same. It's really the design standards for the homes themselves.
Okay.
That is regulated in that development agreement
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
as well. Sure.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
I do have one more comment. Just, this is the only R1 development we've got in the city of Fayette, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Everything else is,
I believe so, yeah. Everything else is basically a half acre, a lot of stuff in the southwest,
half acre,
southeast.
bigger, or
Yeah.
7,000 square foot, 8,000 square
Right.
foot in some of the subdivisions, but the
Everything
lot
around
size.
it is about 6,000 and less.
Right,
Yeah.
right, the vast majority, and then you've got some in Wood Creek and some in Williamsburg, some in the Wood Creek maybe up to 8,000.
I think there's some of that, yeah.
Some of the bigger, older lots in Williamsburg, you may have a couple of lots that big, but for the most part, it's 7,000 square foot lots and smaller. So this is for Fate, it's unique in terms of the lot size and part of an inventory that we don't have right now. It also significantly reduces the impact over previous use, which I greatly appreciate that. I think for there to be lot sizes like this on the south side of town where we're fairly well built out, it is an attractive thing for the city. Again, it's just what I'm struggling with is the fact that the development agreement doesn't carry over with the property, that it's with the developer.
Sure.
So, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I think the developer.
Oh, okay, please.
Hey, all right, so good evening again, all. Yep. For what it's worth, tonight's my 9th wedding anniversary. I'm here with y'all. So nothing y'all can say to me is going to pale in comparison when I get home to see my wife. But this is what it is. This is part of the job. That being said, to your point, I'd like to directly, because there is a way, if I may, because I do have the authority to do this for my company, we can put successor language in the development agreement. It takes about 5 minutes just to put, and actually legal, we have the ability that this can be a carryover. If we put that in the development agreement, we can voluntarily agree that if we were to ever transact the land, that the development agreement would be adhered to. Now, there are questions legally about whether or not you can litigate that away, but I think that is an extra step of comfort that I would be willing to offer the council, that I have no problem with that clause being entered into a development agreement, because that obviously would put a significant amount of legal liability, as council could probably say. I would have quite a bit of problem undoing that. So I'm happy to volunteer that if it helps.
I appreciate that. Would our city attorney be comfortable with that? Or is that
It's a gray area, but I'm willing to volunteer it.
Well, I mean, certainly, I don't think the city should have any problem with having a development agreement that applies to successors. Whether or not you can actually apply it to successors is a whole separate issue, and I don't want to give legal advice in public. But certainly, there's, if council was so inclined, we could add that language to the development agreement.
Yeah. It's not perfect, but it is a
Understand.
step in that direction.
It's a
yeah.
step, and
Yep.
at least it makes the process harder.
Happy to do that. Yeah, it makes it a little harder.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Jennifer, did you still have something? I just didn't want to interrupt. Okay, no, that's okay. That's okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so we'll go ahead and continue the public hearing from October 6th. We'll start that at 7:29.
I have no one that has signed up to speak. Earlier, you heard from Ms. Domley, who spoke on agenda item 6E and 6F at the same time. Now, if she has any additional comments, no, she does not. So I have no one signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll close the public hearing at 7:29. Okay, do I have a motion?
I will make a motion with the guidance.
Oh, actually, hold on, just because Mr. Hatley's microphone is on before yours. Mr. Hatley.
I'd like to make a motion that we decline case ZR 25009.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, so before I initiate voting, this is a motion to deny the zoning request. You may begin voting. Motion passes 5-2 with Councilwoman Huffman and Councilman Kelly voting no to the motion. Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Next will be agenda, I'm sorry, did you want me to continue?
Yes.
It's a brief one, but I don't want to interrupt your meeting in any way, but
I know that it is from a standpoint of recognizing somebody, is that because it's not on the agenda, can we do that, or is that discretion of the chair?
I would think that would be discretion of the chair, because I'm assuming that his question is going to be in nature towards the agenda item that was just voted upon, which is a posted item.
But as far as discussion of it, in terms of a question, are we going to be allowed to answer?
Well, it is a posted agenda item, but it is very unusual after a public hearing and a vote has occurred for there to be any kind of discussion regarding the item.
Okay, then I think I'm going to deny that request.
how would one question in the future?
If you'll reach out to our city manager, he can direct questions to us.
Back to the loop.
Thank you. All right, next item, please.
Next will be agenda item 6G. This is an application for a zoning change request from agricultural to general commercial to allow for commercial use. Let's see, case ZR 25-013. We'll have a staff summary and applicant presentation, a public hearing, and then consider action on ordinance number O 2025-047. And Mayor, if I will, I did receive an abstention of affidavit from Councilwoman Martha Huffman. She does live within 200 foot of the property involved in the zoning case, so she has recused herself from this item. So she'll step away from the dais during the discussion of this item, and then we'll rejoin after this item is disposed of.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Our Mayor and Council, this zoning request is being called the Lazo Property Zoning Request. This is project ID ZR 25013. So this is another straight zoning change request from agricultural standards to general commercial. The property owner desires to establish a business within some existing commercial buildings on the property. Now, these buildings have been there a long time, since from even before the property was annexed into the city. But upon annexation, the businesses were discontinued at one point. And so from the city's standpoint, what was a legal non-conforming commercial use on the property at that point was no longer valid. And so any commercial uses on the property moving forward, or any uses on the property moving forward, would have to match the agricultural zoning district standards, because that's the default standards that apply to this property. The property owner has other types of commercial businesses that they want to operate in those existing buildings, and so they've requested this zoning change to accommodate those proposed uses. Here's an aerial of the property. You can see that it's just up the road on State Highway 66 from City Hall. It is a single lot totaling 15 acres. It's located on State Highway 66, approximately 270 feet north of East Willowbrook Lane. There are two existing commercial buildings on the property. Approximately 50% of the property is in Zone A 100-year floodplain, which kind of bisects the property. So there's a little chunk on the north side containing the buildings, and there's a chunk on the south side that's vacant. And again, about Highway 66 on the western property boundary. So again, for this zoning criteria, we evaluated the three standard criteria. The zoning change, we evaluated the standard criteria from Unified Development Ordinance. Criterion 1, or A, is whether the proposed use is compatible with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans. So right now, this area of State Highway 66, north of kind of Willowbrook area, is the rural reserve place type, and the general commercial zone is not a compatible zoning district for the rural reserve place type. As well, commercial in the sense that the applicant has indicated is not a representative use. Animal and agriculture-related commercial uses are allowed in the agricultural zone and in rural reserve. But this, the applicant has indicated they have a janitorial business that they want to operate out of the building. And so for criterion A, staff find that the criterion is not met. For criterion B, we look at the character of the surrounding neighborhood. Now, the image before you is the zoning map, and so you can see that the zoning of the property is agriculture, and nearly all of the adjacent properties around it are zoned agriculture. As we move a little bit to the south along 66, you have the Payne & Sons, which used to be the Woods Auto Plan Development for a major auto repair facility. And then to the east, you have some of the Wood Creek development. Further south on 66, you have properties that are zoned for Wood Creek Commercial. They have not yet been developed, but at CD Boren and 66, those are zoned commercial. When we look at the actual uses of the properties around the subject property, they are generally rural in nature, ag land and open space. Just to the south along Willowbrook, we have the Morella Estates residential development of generally 1 acre plus lots. As we get across the street and further to the south, we have dispersed commercial uses, including J&M Used Cars, which also has the seasonal Boomtown fireworks sales. We have the Payne & Sons Collision. We have 66 Automotive. And then again, further south, we have the currently vacant Wood Creek commercial properties. So we do find that there are some dispersed, semi-rural type of commercial uses in the vicinity of the subject property. So we kind of give it a medium on the compatibility because it's not adjacent, it's immediately adjacent to a lot of commercial uses, but there are uses that are similar in character to what they are proposing for this zoning case. The public notices, again, were published and sent to all properties within 200 feet, so you can see all the adjacent properties that received those notices. We sent 26 mailings to those properties. I may have a typo here. We actually got 2 responses as of today. One was in favor of the proposal, and one was against the proposal. The statement for was just expressing general support for the zoning change from ag to general commercial. The statement against expressed concerns with business traffic impacting the neighborhoods. However, I do want to make it clear that the property only takes access from State Highway 66. We didn't run a fiscal analysis because the applicant indicated that their intended use was only going to be within the existing buildings, so they're not intending to do any additional development at this time. I will say that any additional development would require significant investment in a floodplain analysis, site plan, and additional reviews. So we didn't do a fiscal on this one. Last month, the Planning and Zoning Commission evaluated this proposal, and in a unanimous vote of 5-0 with 1 member absent, they are recommending approval of this zoning change. Now, because there are some of those criteria that were not met, I did want to share what some of the bases were for their recommendation for approval. They cited the historical commercial use of the property as an important factor, the limited development potential of the site due to the natural constraints, i.e. the floodplain that takes over half the property, the relative adjacency of the subject property to other similar rural commercial uses, and the potential for the transformation of the State Highway 66 corridor over time, potentially spurred on by our upcoming comprehensive plan discussions, as well as just other development that's likely going to take place a little bit further to the south. So those are some of the comments that they made in their recommendation to approve. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is here. I don't believe she has a formal presentation, but she probably would like to introduce herself and be available to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, council?
Could you put that slide back up with the last one? One more. The recommended changes is what I'm looking for, sorry. The recommendations from P&Z, you said you had.
Oh, the one describing, the comments. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
Hi. My name is Joanna Tumax. I'm actually here representing the owner, my mother. She's out of town, so here in her place. We really just wanted to kind of explain a little. I mean, Rob did a really good job at explaining what she currently has is a commercial cleaning business. She plans to utilize partial of that building that's already existing there to operate from there, but everything she does is remote, so it really is just one person that's really going to be their staff, and if anything, people coming and going just to pick up, nothing more than 2 or 3 at a time. So the concern about the traffic, despite there not really being any other neighborhood that would make it difficult to get into besides the older homes that are next to it. Besides that, the plans are to utilize the building itself. It does have 2 garage doors, so with hopes of being able to either lease out based on obviously bringing up to code the building. It overall already has good structure. It has been looked into, and we're hoping to be able, she's hoping to be able to operate from there and rent those other 2 garage doors to whatever is on possible under us changing the zoning to that general commercial. We understand that there's an understanding of that there needs to be parking done, so we know that that's something that has to be done. We're willing to work with the City of Fate and hopefully be able to her grow, because that was the intention when it was purchased. Whenever it was purchased, it was under the impression it was already zoned. So she is a single business owner that is trying to herself grow, but help the City of Fate grow and bringing businesses similar to what's around the area. No one's trying to put a Walmart or anything in that area. We understand we're, constrained to that area right there, to that building. So if God lets her and is able to grow in the future, hopefully we'll see what else is in store. But for now, we just want to use the building that's there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Mr. Harper?
It might actually be more of a question, right? So we know the existing business there is a cleaning business, is that correct? Is that what you're doing there now?
There's nothing going on there now because
Okay,
we're not allowed.
Gotcha, so you just
Yeah.
bought the property, you haven't actually started working?
Yes, the
So
property was just bought like 2-3 months ago.
if it were to get zoned commercial, Ryan, would they have to comply to all like chemical drainage?
No, so the type of cleaning is you're just cleaning your house kind of thing. So, I mean, if anything that's being stored there are like mops and brooms and
Okay.
stuff like that. There's no large amounts of chemicals or
Right.
anything like that.
But I guess my question, is to Ryan, is they're talking about subleasing this out to someone else as well. Is there, because the building is pre-existing, is there anything that we check to make sure that there's not something being dumped? Sorry.
Prior to receiving a certificate of occupancy for any new uses, the city would ensure that the building meets current codes.
Okay.
Provides adequate utilities. All of those things would need to be in place before they could operate out of any of the existing buildings.
Okay, and that's, my only question is, I know there's a building there now, do we make sure if it is commercial zone,
They'll have
that
to
it's a
obtain a
commercial building?
certificate of occupancy before they can
Okay.
operate out of that building.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay. Anything else you'd like to share with us? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll hold a public hearing. We'll open that at 7:44 PM.
I have nobody signed up to speak.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. And at this point, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance number 0-2025-047.
Okay, do I
I
have a
second
second?
sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
second the motion.
All right, any more discussion from council? Okay, you may begin voting. Motion passes 6-0 with Councilwoman Huffman having not participated in this vote. Okay, thank you. Next, actually, before we move on to our next agenda item, council, without objection, we'll take a 15-minute recess since the rest of our agenda items may be rather long. Okay, hearing none, we'll take a short recess. We'll reconvene at 8 p.m. Wow, what a perfect.
Hey, Vicki.
Hey, Mark.
Okay, we will come back at 8 p.m. We'll restart our meeting. Welcome back, Councilwoman Huffman. We missed you for that last agenda item. Okay, what's the next item on the agenda, please?
Next will be item 6H, discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding the lease and deployment of license plate readers.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So this item, you've probably seen my staff summary, so I won't try to rehash a lot of that. I'm sure you've read most of that. I did want to clarify a couple of key points. This is an amazing law enforcement tool for investigations, for prevention, to make cases for us whenever we have a crime in our city. There's a lot of things that we can do with the license plate readers, and just to explain a little bit exactly what they do, that is what they do. They just read license plates. They don't take pictures of people. They don't identify anything like that. There's no other identifiers. It grabs the license plate number and puts it in storage. And if we determine that we've had an incident in a certain area over a certain time, we can research that data to see who may have been in that time to match a description of a vehicle. So there's still a lot of manual part for us that all it does is give us a lead so that we can actually conduct a better investigation. There's discussions out there about storage times. This is our data. The standard storage time is 30 days. So that any offense that comes up that, somebody out of town or things like that may have had a break-in or whatever, that we could retrieve some of that storage, stored data if we needed to. We could take that down to as small as we want to. So, and like I said, it is our data. It's not something that is privy to the public or anything like that to do that. There is a second part to the flock system that we're looking at, and they also do have vehicle recognition. And so if we're looking if we have a suspect that we saw on somebody's Ring camera or a victim that said it was a white Ford pickup, we could put white Ford pickup in a certain area that we had a camera and would give us that data from that license plate that it read with those descriptors. A big thing that's in our area, stolen trailers, stolen construction equipment. We could put in Bobcat on a trailer, front end loader, whatever, and it would grab that physical information of that description and then read that license plate and store it. The other half of this is, for this first part, that just like you and I, it doesn't alert anybody, it doesn't do anything, it just sits there in case a detective or a patrol officer says, I'm looking for a certain thing. The second part of it is it can create a hot list. Our detectives, when they create a case with an offense number, they can put an offense in it, offense title, offense number, and then create a hot list just like we did with the non-registered sex offender, and then that vehicle, when it hits, gives us an alert or gives the jurisdiction of alert that's looking for it. So those things are the basic methods that we would use it. There's discussions on misreads out there that in the public. The company is saying that it's about a 97% accuracy. Probably not a whole lot different than if an officer was looking at a license plate and reading it off, because some license plates get damaged, they get dirty. The light on them maybe not great, and so we have misreads also whenever we read it and type it into a computer. So those kind of things happen, and that's why our officers have to do their due diligence and actually conduct investigations with this information. It's not a guaranteed warrant, it's not a guaranteed arrest, it's just another tool that gives us information so that we can add that to our cases. And the big thing with this is that we have issues with that. I've talked with some of our staff, Mr. Kovacs, about some of our domestic violence is ramping up in our community. This is a big thing for helping the victims of domestic violence. If we have an emergency protective order on somebody, we can put that data and that information into that, and we can create hot lists from that to say that this person is not supposed to be in the area and not supposed to contact that victim. And so that gives us a heads up and a faster response to those things instead of waiting for somebody to kick in a door and to hurt the victim a second time. It also helps us with finding human trafficking and drug mules and things like that that are up and down our interstate. And we're currently using this right now we have one vehicle that has a vehicle mounted system on it, and we have one mobile system that we can put around in various places, and it's what we call a quick deploy through the Vigilant program. Through some of my research in the county, the city of Heath has 32 cameras through their parks, some fixed cameras, and as well as on some vehicles. The city of Rockwall has 14 that are fixed in various areas of the city. The county has 12, and they have the flock system and Vigilant that are fixed in various areas. Royce City has 15 cameras split between fixed and mobile cameras, and as I said, we have 2. And so we're requesting to add to our arsenal of law enforcement to catch the bad guys and to give us another tool for our detectives and for our street officers. The funding from this is from narcotic seizure. So basically, we would be using money that we have taken from illegal drug sales and fight the drug dealers with it. Any questions?
Okay, questions for, Mr. Kovacs?
Just wanted to note that Chief and I agree on this one wholeheartedly. I know we're always trying to maintain our safest city designation, and there's the crime that you find and there's the crime that you don't find. And I've used these in a previous jurisdiction, and you would be surprised at the people that come down our highways. So drug interdiction, drug arrests, violent warrants, people that come through your city or come to your city that you're able to identify, and then now they don't know that you know that they're there, and now that allows you to plan for an arrest and do it in a place where it's minimal. It could be minimal damage to other people around. So it's a really good tool. I know we've had some privacy concerns that we wanted to bring it. This is within our purchasing authority. Technically, it's within the chief's sole purchasing authority because it's the drug fund. But we know we had some privacy concerns in the community before, so we wanted to at least bring it up and have a chance to talk about what that is. There's accident detection systems that you can put in various places, so it not only sees, but it listens. Those are fixed units, and so when a crash happens, I think the average response time is improved by about four minutes as far as a crash. There's aerial systems. There's all sorts of improvements. But the biggest thing we worry about is we don't want to be the only jurisdiction that at some point that doesn't have enough of these, and the neighbors do. And so crime would be displaced into our jurisdiction.
You know, Mr. Kovacs, to your point with the cameras, that, you know, we can't walk outside our houses without being on camera. Ring, you know, some of the other companies that are out there that provide, almost every house in town has some sort of a Ring camera or video monitoring in the front and back of their homes. And so this is another tool that we don't have a lot of privacy out there already. And department stores and various areas that we frequent anyway. And so we're just looking to take our crime fighting to another level.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chen?
How many cameras would this allow us to have, and where would they be placed?
So 5 cameras, and we don't have a set place yet. The folks from Flock that we're looking to purchase from, they recommend the cameras that come in on some of your main streets, and so that it gives the officers a chance that as they enter, that if they're on a hot list, it gets hit rather quickly, and instead of down in the center of town where you're not sure which direction they're going. And so we would have to identify those. One thing that we can't do without, and we can do an application, but it's a little lengthy and not guaranteed, is we can't put it on state roads unless we got a permit from TxDOT.
Okay. How long is the data stored once
So
it's...
that's up to us. The standard is 30 days. We could throttle that down to 2 weeks or take it up to 6 months. It's our data to determine that.
Okay.
And Chief, when you say our data, where is that data stored?
So it is stored by Flock, by this company, that they have access to it for server rights and for things like that, but they don't distribute it out, they don't do anything with it. It's just the license plate numbers that sit there and some of the vehicle information. But we're the only ones that access it to do anything with it.
Is there any way for it to be stored locally here in Fate, or does it have to be stored in the cloud with Flock always?
Their only option is stored in the cloud. And our vigilance system that we have now with the 2 cameras is the same process.
Okay.
Ms. Huffman?
So I want to make sure I understand the process. So you've got the cameras reading every license plate that's going by, but it's referencing a database of the hot list, and so it only flags something that should be a concern and that you would follow up on.
So yes, and to clarify a little bit better, so it reads all the license plates and just sets them aside. For all of our license plates, that if we're driving down the road, it just puts it in there and does nothing with it till a detective wants to go look at a certain date, time, and location. And then, because we would know where the cameras are that may have hit that. And so that, until then, it just does nothing. When we create a hot list, then it will alert our officers on duty, or maybe even our detective staff that's logged into the system to say, oh, hey, here's a stolen vehicle that you're looking for. Or here's a certain person that's committed a certain offense that you're looking for, and it just went through X camera. And so it would do that only if there's a hot list of an offense that we know of, that we have a case on with descriptors of that. And so you can't just create a hot list just for, I can't just put your license plate in there and go, okay, every time Ms. Huffman drives by, they're gonna tell me. We actually have to have a case for that to give us that information.
So it's not like a central FBI database of information that gets updated on a regular basis, just so it's reading it.
Right,
Okay.
and after that certain date, then it goes away. And so if we don't use that data in that standard 30 days, it leaves.
Okay.
Because what we're doing is we're looking for, like tonight, when we're all sleeping, and somebody breaks into a vehicle, and we see a Ring camera that goes, there was a white pickup that drove by. And we might put white pickup or white four-door pickup or whatever descriptors we have, and then that would, if it comes across one of our cameras, it'll read that license plate as it knows that descriptor and stored it. Then our detectives that next morning, when the victim tells us those things, we can go look it up and go, one crossed our license plate reader, or one didn't. Right now, we have more situations that go away without any further lead, because all we got was the side view of a vehicle on a Ring camera, and it didn't do us any good. And so, because we have nothing else to go on as a suspect information. Did I answer you?
You did, thank you.
Mr. Hatley?
Are Amber Alerts considered on the hot list? So these could help people with Amber Alerts, the gray alerts with missing people, and
Yes, sir.
I know there was a lot of things on the internet with people concerned about that were opting into the system. This system's already in use, so this is not a new technology to us. And I do understand privacy concerns, but this right here gives away far more about us than any of that stuff, and we do this voluntarily. I mean, this can listen to us and tell us, and put ads in front of us. It's got a GPS in front of us that can tell us where we're at. It can be pinged. And this, we volunteer, we opt into this with terms of service. So I guess the concern about that, and I'm not making fun of anybody's concerns, I promise you I'm not, but it's almost like complaining about raindrops 14, 15, and 16 in a severe rainstorm. We're already wet at that point. I think this is a very useful tool. There was actually a subdivision that actually was requesting putting one in privately because they had issues with people driving through and doing damage to vehicles and things like that. So I think it is a good tool. It's something that I do think will assist police in helping, curb down crime. I mean, we've all been through everybody's Ring cam. There's a situation where I walk my dog several times a day, and one of my neighbors on another street worries about me if I'm not walking at 12:15 around the corner. He will say, "Were you okay?" Because I look at you from my work because my thing goes off. Well, I'm obviously not on his property, but he can actually see me. So there's pretty much not a place that you can walk on a city street and not somehow be photographed. People are not just photographing just their yard. So, but I do understand people's concerns, but I also concerned this is a very effective tool. If this saved one child in an Amber Alert, I think it's more than worth it on those. We all get very concerned on those. And if it helps solve one violent crime, and deters it to other areas. But I think Mr. Kovacs mentioned something very good. If we don't do this, everybody's going to move crime into here because it'll be much easier to do. So that alleviates my concerns. I think the benefits far outweigh the negatives that people would perceive. But Chief, as always, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Harper?
One more question. So the hot list that we talk about, we talked earlier about using the hot list and finding the sex offender in Oklahoma. If we don't share that data outside of Fate, how does that happen? Literally, if we're getting it from somewhere, so is our data going somewhere else as well?
So that's up to us. We can share, others can share, some people just let it share out all over. So that's up to us to, if we care to share that data.
And what sort of policies do we have in place now that governs the share of that data? Is that somebody just said, hey, this is what we're doing, or do we actually have a policy that's a department policy on how we share the data?
Yeah, we do have some now. We do have some policy with it now. And we do share currently with the vigilance system what's out there and distributed now.
And if somebody's license plate were to get captured within that 30-day period and somebody put in a open records request, would we be required to give that information to someone?
I'm not sure about that one.
I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay.
Just also one note, we can tie it to the NCIC system. So when you tie it to the National Center for missing and exploited children, so we can tie into those hot lists pretty well real time. So if someone's on let's say someone's from Illinois, and they've got a warrant for their arrest for some sort of violent felony, and they pass through our cameras, it'll flag pretty well instantaneously and alert dispatch and our folks. So we are sending and receiving data from all over the country on people who are bad actors.
And Councilmember Harper, a slight pause in me thinking, if we are putting forth a license plate number because it's a pending criminal investigation, that is an exception to open meetings. So perhaps we could raise that. I'm sorry, open records, and perhaps we could raise that if that was in connection with a criminal investigation.
My concern is more, they want to know where Mark Harper went. He's not in a criminal investigation, but we have the data in our storage, and now somebody says an open records request. I want to know everywhere Mark Harper's license plate was flagged.
Yeah, no, I do not think that would be subject to open records.
So it would
have to be their own.
It would have to be your own vehicle. So you couldn't say, I want to know where Ryan Reagan's been. Let me come look up his license plate because I know it. You'd have to prove ownership that it's your car and say, hey, I want to know where TVH3853, that's a city car, by the way. But where has that been? Because that's my car.
Okay.
And you'd have to prove ownership of that car, but you can't come up and say, hey, I want to know where, Andrew Greenberg's been. Where's he at? Here's his license plate. We'd be like, well, you're not Andrew Greenberg and you're not registered to that car, so therefore, no, you can't get it.
And I just want to say, I understand the technology and how valuable it is. I'm just trying to, maybe, Reagan, one more thing, maybe before you sit down, because you might have to.
A resident expert.
Well, so is that a law or is that a policy that?
So, well, it would technically kind of fall under both, but it's a policy of our department. I can't come up and ask for open records about anything without severe redaction being done, but also it's a policy too, where we can't release other people's information without due cause or reason to. We can't just say, hey, I want to know something. Just like with our open records request we do now, you could come up and say, hey, I want to know about the guys going up to that U-Haul truck. Well, great, here's a copy of the incident report, but all this is redacted. So you can see 1,000 block, date and time. That's all you're going to get. You're not going to see the license plate of that U-Haul truck.
All right, thank you.
So it's well protected.
Thank you.
Mr. Manival.
Are you monitoring me? Oh, I'm sorry. I just had a question. I wanted to clarify the difference. This is called a reader, and there was something we had a lot of a few years ago that was red light cameras. So is this just reading that a license plate went through? There's no
Reading the story.
no photos taken.
Well, there are photos as well, because it does grab a picture as a descriptor. Because it could say, like I said, we may be looking for a white pickup.
Oh, okay.
And then it'll identify a white pickup
Okay.
and then read its license plate.
Okay.
And so then, but all that information is just stored until we pull it.
Okay. I guess one comment I was going to make as far as tracking and anybody worried that they're going to see where all you went. This really just, all it tells is that you went through a point.
Right.
And if you only hit one of those, I mean, you can only set them up, I guess, a total of 7 places with 5 more cameras.
And this county's, it's going to be hard to
Yeah,
not hit one.
but
somewhere.
you're not going to be following somebody from the time they enter the city to they reach their driveway. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
So I want to clarify something on how the data is used, because I think I've heard a couple of things from Chief and from Mr. Kovacs. Who has access to the data? Are we sharing data with other departments?
We can share the data. We can share that these vehicles come through various areas.
So are we?
Currently, we are on our vigilance system.
Okay, so with that, neighboring departments, whatever, if they put in a license plate, they'll see that it came in through Fate.
Right.
When we share that with Vigilant, how long is that stored for? They're storing it
That's 30 days.
30 days. So after 30 days, it drops off. Who has access to that information?
Law enforcement.
Only law enforcement.
Only law enforcement.
We have in our agreement that Vigilant will not sell or allow access to that information to anybody outside law enforcement.
That's in their contract.
It is in the agreement.
They don't
Is it-
sell it, they don't do anything with it.
Is that same type of information in the agreement with Flock?
Yeah, I would have to verify, but yes.
Okay.
It should be. 'Cause
Hey,
that's-
hey.
When I was talking with them, that's their thing, is they don't do anything with it except for server maintenance and things like that. They don't take it, they
Yeah.
don't sell it or anything.
Yeah, I understand that. My concern is, because outside of law enforcement, these systems get sold to lots of people. And the data is made available for profit to various private entities for whatever purpose. Some good, some just to help people facilitate their daily lives, right? So what I want to make sure of is that if we're pushing information into the system, and all that the systems can always be hacked, they're always breachable. I think Block's had a couple of security incidents this year from what I've seen and looking at the company. But if we're making the information available, I want to ensure that it's only available to law enforcement. And I would like to see the appropriate policies and procedures in place that really ramp that down in terms of how we make that data available. I would not want to approve anything without ensuring those procedures and policies are put in place.
Right, we don't want people selling the data, not like they sell your data wherever you go on your phone.
I understand,
Just
and I understand we
far
live in a
worse.
big brother world to where, our neighboring cities may be doing it, and we may be able to get a better deal if we allow that information out to other sources. But if we're going to do it, I want to make sure we're only making the information available to law enforcement.
Fair enough.
So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Hatley?
I was just going to step back and kind of appease people and confirm something. Because it was mentioned red light cameras. These things do not judge speed.
No.
They don't judge people going through stop signs, lights, so all of those are okay. And essentially, this kind of eliminates, I'm not going to say eliminates, but it cuts down on officer hours having to do this. It's almost like having another few officers on there at those spots watching on those without actually having to use the manpower to go do it.
That's exactly right. It's a force multiplier that's operating 24/7.
And essentially, it's cost effective because it saves money
Right.
on that. And it's not paid for by tax dollars, it's paid for by compensated.
Narcotic seizure. Yep.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so earlier in your presentation, you talked about how this is not, this doesn't guarantee a warrant or anything. At what point would this be used as the probable cause necessary to obtain a warrant?
It would not necessarily be the probable cause.
Okay.
This gives us the reasonable suspicion to investigate further, to find somebody that was in an area, or a vehicle that was in an area, question the registered owner, why was your vehicle here, who was driving, and then go from there. So it's only the first step for us to continue an investigation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other questions from council? Some good questions.
I would just want to echo what Mr. Kelly said about that, again, I think these are great tools, but with great tools come great responsibility, and we need some written policies and agreements that, in our daily life of a city worker, that we do not share the data outside of law enforcement, even if it saves us money. It's not worth it in the long run.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions from council?
I think I'm the only one that has a real problem with this. Maybe I'm not, but I do not like the warrantless collection of vehicle information. The research that I did this week, I actually started out thinking that I might support it, but just looking up Vigilant and Flock, there has been data leaks. There has been instances where they have sold data to insurers, to repo men, to foreign governments, and I am just not comfortable with with doing that. It feels like a surveillance state, and I get it. You know, we walk around with computers in our pockets, but as you said, that is voluntary. This is not voluntary. This is our government forcing us to be monitored. So I'm not in favor of it. However, I did speak to some local police here, and one of the things that they brought up is that right now we're on vigilant, and they said that it would be beneficial to go ahead and do the contract with Flock because our neighboring cities like Rockwall and Rowlett do have it. I would be fine with getting the software, but I'm not fine with adding additional cameras. That's my personal opinion. I want to be able to, help out law enforcement. So if we don't have Flock, it makes it hard for us to find if somebody in somebody else's town is over here. We don't have the capability right now because we don't have that system. My issue is with our citizens being monitored. You know, if Rowlett and Rockwall want to monitor their citizens, have at it. But, I'm here to represent the citizens of Fate, and I'm just not comfy with adding extra cameras and having a mass surveillance state. That's my personal opinion. Again, I'd be okay with getting the software so that we are able to work with neighboring cities, but I just don't like additional cameras. Those are my thoughts.
Ms. Huffman?
I think the purpose of a license plate is to be identifiable. That's why we have a license plate on our cars. So there's a lot of benefit to having a reliable reading of a license plate as opposed to a witness who barely can. I mean, I've seen things on the road where I think, oh my gosh, I need to write down that license plate, and I only get the first three something or other. But something that's electronic could be a really beneficial tool. It's just how I feel.
Yeah, to that point, any officer at any time, and this is why we used to have to do it before the cameras, and is you sit in your car, and nowadays with the computers, you can run the license plate sitting in front of you and just see what pops up. In a vehicle in a parking lot of the middle school across the street later tonight, if there's a car sitting there at 2 a.m, the officer can roll up and put those numbers in the computer and give us everything about that registered owner and things like that. So we can do it now. It's just manual. We have all that information plus some. We just have to do it manually. This allows us to have a camera out there that stores the data in case we need it later.
Okay, any other comments? Do I have a motion for action?
I'd like to make a motion, we pass the.
Sorry, Mr. Hatley, 1 second. Do we need a motion to authorize this?
Technically, no. We just wanted to check with y'all and see if that was objectionable, but I think we've got authority to go ahead as long as everybody's all right with it. Or if you'd like to vote and make it clear, that's fine with us too.
Mr. Kelly?
The only thing I ask, in concept, I am good with it in concept, especially with the fact that I probably can't drive from here to downtown Rockwall without having my license plate photographed about 8 times. But that being said, I would strongly encourage staff to put together a policy sooner than later, preferably before any more cameras are deployed, that address all concerns with data being shared outside of law enforcement. With that, I would also ask that policy include the appropriate security reviews for each company that we're contracted with to ensure that they are doing everything on their side to protect the data and provide appropriate notifications to the city as it relates to any data breaches or anything like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Ms. Chen?
I would also, if y'all aren't seeking approval, and it doesn't sound like y'all are really asking permission, y'all have already decided, but I would like it to have some sort of safeguard to where we absolutely do not store any data past 30 days. It sounds like it's a policy. I want it in writing. I want to make sure that data is not stored past 30 days, and that it's not shared with insurance providers and all these other entities.
Okay, so does that give you, Mr. Hatley?
I was just going to see if can we do a study to find out exactly probably what the outside time that we would need to do that before picking 30 days as an arbitrary number? I mean, it could be more, it could be less.
I believe, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, but Flock doesn't, I've seen a lot of these presentations, by the way, over that last, but Flock does not store past 30 days. So, right, it's just a decision about whether we want to store for less.
Well, they're telling me that it's our data, we can store it as long as we want to. The standard is 30 days.
Yeah, that sounds expensive, though. Like, it sounds like they'll sell you, like, it costs you more. We don't want to spend
The
more
longer
money.
you store it, it's gonna cost more.
Yeah, we don't
data
want to,
storage.
we don't want to spend more money than we need to for the recommended days on hand. So I think 30 days would be
30
right.
is very good.
Okay. Mr. Harper?
So I guess, let me ask a question. If we want these things for sure to take effect, like these policies and the number of days, should it be a motion that is on record that says that this is absolutely what we want, or?
You can if you like. We've got all the notes down, and so we'll work with Jennifer and Chief and make sure that all this stuff is in there.
Are y'all going to bring it back when you do that, so that we can actually pass something to ensure all of that?
We weren't planning on it. No, those are all internal policies and law enforcement policies.
At least share it with council if you
Sure,
would. I don't think
we
we
can
need
send
to
you
approve
copies.
it since it's a policy, but if you'd at least share it, I would be fine with that.
And I'd like to see it before we purchase the cameras.
Okay?
Where is I see, like, this year, it's funded. How are we funding it? We would put it in the budget. Where does the money come from? Because this is an ongoing cost, correct?
That's an option that we can work on at budget time. We could look at our asset forfeitures and continue to pay there and as long as we can, or we could, that could be an option to go to council to continue if we like the success of the program. So that's.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other thoughts? Okay, thank you. Good discussion. Next agenda item, please.
Next will be agenda item 6I, which is discuss, consider, and take any necessary action on splitting the Fate DPS into separate police and fire departments.
Okay, Mr. Harper, do you want to lead our discussion?
Sure. I just wanted to take some time tonight. Let people know the reason that I'm bringing this agenda item tonight is that the council's been talking about splitting the department for several years. This is not a new conversation that we've had. This time of year, council has some extra time to, other than this meeting, has extra time to look at things like this and see how we continue to make Fate better as we grow. With this year's budget in place, we are no longer hiring triple certified officers, and the departments are fully staffed. As we move forward and looked at cities of our size that have all separated their departments, the closest city to us around here that has not is Heath at 9,000 residents. We are at 27,000 plus residents. Highland Park at 8,600 residents, Decatur at 7,000, Oak Point at 5,000 residents. All of these surrounding areas that have DPS have a much smaller population density. Some of the things I think that would be beneficial to splitting departments would be a stronger focus on leadership, or focus in leadership. It's focused on individual departments, greater transparency and accountability, that each department has someone leading that department that would, in the end, be more transparent to our citizens. Improved training and readiness, allowing police officers to focus on police items and firemen to focus on fire items, and have appropriate budgets to do so. Recruitment and retention, we know in the past it's been an issue where we've had to hire triple certified officers. It's taken a very long time to get people that are willing to do that. It seems like since we've done that, we're not doing that anymore. Our recruitment process is much more streamlined, and so that part of our department technically is already split. The other thing that I wanted to make note of is that we are also have two separate pay scales already. We already pay our fire officers separate from what we pay our police. So those salaries and salary trees based on the levels have already been split and are in place as of today. I heard a lot of information about the $20 million bond, and I would say that, splitting the department would actually help us execute that $20 million bond a little bit faster. The longer that we sit on that bond and we don't build the fire department in the south and we don't do the renovations and all we focus on is the police department, then we also end up owing more than $20 million, because as we know, prices don't go down, they go up. So as we continue to sit and wait on some of this other stuff to be built, then that's the price of that's going to be out of the reach of the bond that we selected. So that means we're going to have to come back to the citizens in the future and ask for more money because we waited for an extended period of time. So that was the reason I brought this forward for council's discussion, and I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this agenda item? Mr. Hatley?
Yeah, I did. I did want to speak on this. Splitting the department at this point into separate departments, to be honest, I don't understand the urgency of it. It has been a long-term plan, but just a few weeks ago, a couple of Fridays ago, this was not on the city manager's report. It wasn't even raised before then. And it certainly wasn't discussed during our budget process, which would have been the right time in considering something of this magnitude. And it is something that's a large magnitude. I have talked to several leading law enforcement people in Rockwall County, including Sheriff Terry Garrett, who has told me this is not something that can be done overnight. And I was allowed to quote him. And he's invited every member of the council who might have questions about it. He does have a little bit of experience in triple departments like this, as he's the former mayor of Heath. It's not a small matter. Running 3 departments is going to be more expensive than maintaining a unified department at this time. I'm not saying that we don't need to split this. I'm saying that doing it quickly and putting an artificial timeline is probably above the experience level of anybody sitting on this council. And this idea has been circulating for some time. The officers, the chiefs that I've spoken with have over 130 years worth of law enforcement experience, and quite a few, and a couple of them in fire and EMT as well. Their message was clear to me. It would be irresponsible to do such a major change overnight. This kind of transition requires planning. It requires personnel, building space in place, training, resources. It's a large undertaking that demands time, money, and careful preparation. And if we want to do it right, the time to raise this issue would have been during last budget cycle, which were just a few weeks past. Artificial deadlines don't work. We've seen that with local projects, far less complicated than this. They've missed deadlines time again and again. We haven't even broken ground on the DPS building yet. We haven't started on the renovation of converting the fire station into a full-time fire station, or the South Side station. I don't think that the planning is putting that off. It just takes time to go do that. So I'm especially concerned by the suggestion that this could be done, that I saw in one of the correspondence, this could be done with making some certain cuts and done with minimal service interruptions. Think about that. Minimal service interruptions when you're talking about public safety. That puts a chill down my spine, because likely it could be more than minimal, and there is nothing minimal about public safety. But it's not something we can afford to gamble with. We are fortunate to have strong leadership already in place. We are the 9th safest city in Fate. That's not an accident. And I was told that by other law enforcement leaders in Rockwall County. I actually talked to Watauga, who has done this conversion, And without knowing who it was, and I asked, is there anybody I could speak to who was there during this switchover? And they mentioned Lyle Lombard. They didn't know he was our chief. So, on that. So he has experience in doing this. None of us on this council, to my knowledge, have ever served a single day as a police officer, a fireman, or an EMT. It would be presumptuous of us to dictate an artificial timeline for such an a complex change. Instead, we should allow the professionals to gather the necessary pieces, develop a plan, and bring this forward at the right time, likely due next year's budget cycle. Right now, what's being discussed is shifting money internally, and we all know what that means. Cuts and shortages and strain on an already razor-thin budget. Moving money around like this will not help matters. It will only make them worse. So tonight, I urge us all, please, let's act responsibly. Let's respect the expertise of those who have dedicated their lives to public safety. And let's ensure that any change we make is done with proper planning, proper funding, proper timing. Anything less will be a disservice to our community. And by the way, I'm not saying we don't need to split the departments. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to sit there and put an artificial timeline right now would be irresponsible.
Thank you, Mr. Hatley. Any other discussions on the agenda item? Ms. Huffman.
I thought bringing it up was going to start the discussion of a plan for making a transition. I was hoping that's what we were going to start discussing tonight was, identifying a model. I mean, and I'm truly not sure which realm of responsibility that falls in, if it's Mr. Kovacs to work with us to decide what the ultimate model will look like as far as leadership and some of the things I'm seeing in this. But it's been discussed for quite a while, so I think I'd be surprised if anybody didn't realize it was going to be moving down the pipe sometime soon. So
are you asking a specific question of our city manager, or are you just kind of?
I guess my general question is how is a timeline created? Who begins that process? I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion to finalize it, but how do we begin the process?
Okay.
And maybe it's effective 6 months from now, or whatever the good timeline is to have an effective change.
Mr. Harper?
I mentioned no timeline, so but what I would see that would be probably how we would proceed would be to agree that we want to split the department and then have that process start to be implemented. I wouldn't say that there was ever any discussion of, this week we're going to split the department and tomorrow we're going to be a split department. That wasn't in my intention to put this on the agenda whatsoever. So for someone to assume that we are trying to split it overnight, again, the realization that it's going to split at some point and making the decision to split it doesn't mean that it has to split tomorrow. It means that we are in the process of doing it. We do have the purview of our citizens to make sure we make the proper recommendations going forward on how we, splitting this department. The how is not necessarily us. That's, that's not even in our purview. We don't hire or fire anybody on that in that department. So, but the understanding that the council wants to move forward with the split is something that we could decide on.
Mr. Hatley?
If there's no artificial timeline, why are we scrambling right now to try to find $200,000 to hire another director? That's putting something in place. That's that's starting a plan and a timeline.
I do want to make sure, I do want to make sure, just for the sake of decorum, saying words like scrambling does make it sound like there's an ill motive. I would prefer not to use that language.
They're going through budgets, trying to find cuts to pay to hire another director. That's the start of the process of it. That's putting something in there. That's not putting a plan together and starting it right now. I'd ask for costs what it was going to cost to flip it over, and was told that we're looking for money to hire another director. And that's pushing the process done. I think this needs to be done at a budget cycle so we can come up with a budget, we can come up with a plan of when this can happen. But this, everything that I've seen shows that this is going to be, should this be voted on, we're going far sooner rather than later. This should have been proposed at budget time last time when we had the money. And we're just a few weeks past budget. I just don't see what's triggered this as to going right this very second, and why this is coming up now. It wasn't here 3 weeks ago, it's coming up now. Staff has scrambled to go through money to go find cuts in the which, you think about this, we just passed the DPS thing. Now we're talking about cuts and moving things around to come up with approximately $200,000 for another director. But it wasn't an issue 4 weeks ago.
Mr. Kovacs, the Mr. Kelly, go ahead.
No, this has been something that's been talked about through various budget cycles, through various strategic planning sessions since before I was on council. It wasn't discussed during budget. The question was asked during the budget, and actually I don't believe it got answered. It just kind of got glossed over from staff at the time. But it was specifically asked during the strategic planning workshops what the timing was. When I look back on some of the strategic planning sessions that occurred back in 2022, questions were asked on the timing, and validating timing was stated from the year before, that we were probably in the 3 to 5 year window for a split. So the fact is, we've been talking about this for a number of years. A lot of that requires build out of staff, and we are in a situation right now to where we've got the staff to potentially move forward with it. And I think that's an important investment the city has made over the last several years. When I first got on council, we had a department that chief would admit could not respond to 2 incidents at the same time. We have that now. We've got the ability, but as we move forward, as our city continues to grow, we need to make sure we're setting up systems in place that best serve us going forward in a growing community. Whether that is to maintain a single department with a single director and specialists leading departments underneath, or whether that is just a full split of 2 departments is a worthy conversation. Whether we're having it tonight or where we had it three months ago, it's a worthy conversation to have. And I think we ought to have the conversation as opposed to saying we don't need to talk about this now. We need to wait about the budget. We can talk about this type of stuff any time of the year we want to. It just requires somebody putting it on the agenda. But the thing that I would note is that from a council perspective, it's been talked about for at least 4 years now is the eventual split of the department. But when you look at the strategic plan of the department right now, that's updated every year, the strategic plan in 2021, as far as the build out of the department, leaves the build out in its current DPS structure with a director and 2 deputy directors under it. The strategic plan that was most recently put together has the same type of structure. So if that's the type of structure we need to maintain, great, let's decide that, let's invest in it going forward. If it makes more sense to have a police department and a fire department, let's make that decision and figure out how to go to that. We can make a decision at any point. It's something that if we want to fund it, figure out a way to fund it mid-budget, we can do that. If we want to wait till the next budget, we can do that. But just to try and shut down the conversation is unfair, and
I'm not trying to do that. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
It's a fair conversation to have. The structure of the department is a fair conversation to have, and we're at a point where we should be able to have a conversation about what we think's right. If we don't want to do this now, if we want to wait till March, if we want to wait till next budget, let's talk about it and let's have that conversation.
Are you still wanting to?
Yes, I was just going to say, it says on the agenda to consider taking any action and take necessary action on splitting it. So it seems to me there wants to be a decision made rather quickly on.
Well, I have
without a definitive plan in place.
Well, I have a comment too. I'm letting council speak, and then I was going to say my thoughts on it. Mr. Harper?
Yes, sir. I will also say that this time of year, our first planning session is in February, mid-February, and we have like 3 meetings between now and mid-February where we will have the opportunity to have discussions before we start budget planning for next year. So if you look at the proposed calendar modified by our great mayor for the 1 o'clock in the afternoon meeting,
We'll talk about that later.
yeah, you will see on February the 9th, we start a strategic planning workshop. So again, I don't think talking about this now is inappropriate. I think the fact that we aren't talking about it or haven't been talking about it before now was probably more inappropriate as we continue down the path of just trying to keep it in place for the sake of keeping it in place, when I don't think other cities, no matter who we call, if you do the research, with cities our size, it's just not there. So again, this is a start of a conversation, and just because it's an agenda item doesn't mean action has to be taken. It can always be just an open discussion.
Okay, then, Mr.
I was going to ask, Councilman Harper, have you actually contacted any cities that have done this? Have you actually spoken to anybody with any expertise in this with many, many years of law enforcement?
It's actually not my job to contact other cities and ask the law enforcement. That's what we pay our city staff to do. Our job is to put forward the fact that we are wanting to do this, and then it's their job to come back with us with appropriate information.
I would disagree. I would say that our job is to get as much research on to make and be as educated on each decision that we can make as possible.
Ms. Chin?
So I actually did reach out to law enforcement and law enforcement within Fate and spoke to them. And whenever I did speak to them, they were in favor of the split, and they knew that it was coming. And in fact, the comment was made that as far as they were concerned, they had been told that it was already split. And so by all accounts, we have already split police and fire. Obviously, it's not completely finished, but as far as, how we're hiring, we're not hiring triple certified anymore. We're just hiring for police or for fire. And some of the comments that were made is, just how it's difficult being a triple certified officer and how it's hard on the morale of the officers that actually work in the department, and having to carry around extra equipment that they wouldn't have to carry around if they didn't think they may have to go fight a fire on the same day that they're catching bad guys. So I think that it's important that we talk to the experts, and I would encourage Mark for you to go and talk to some of our DPS officers that, yes.
I'm sorry. The charter forbids contact by council members to staff.
Does it forbid it, or does it forbid with interacting with the day-to-day? Because, I just need expert opinions, and if I have to call Rockwall in order to get it, that's weird. I would like to be able to talk to our own police and our own firemen.
Right, so the council manager form of government has a CEO as the city manager, and the staff works for that person. It's done to insulate political activity from the ranks. So it's a way of the progressives of the time of the 20s kind of used it as a way to professionalize local government.
Well, I was on the Charter Commission. I know what it says, and it doesn't state that I can't contact them.
City attorney?
I'm offered to go on ride-alongs. I don't know what the difference would be.
I'm looking it up because I try
Sure.
not to give opinions without actually reading, so I'm looking it up.
Okay, Mr. Manival, while our city attorney is looking that up.
All right. I was just going to, during the last year's planning process, I was here watching during strategic planning and then a participant when we got into the actual financial planning. And financial planning is what I worked in most of my career. And I would just advocate on behalf of doing something as critical as this as part of the financial budget process. And the way most budget processes work, we just finished one, but the next one's not that far around the corner. It was sort of like it seemed to make my life pass faster than it should have normally. But if we were to go through the normal, start with strategic planning and let the city staff work on strategic plans, present those, we put in our contributions, and then based on those strategic plans, staff and departments develop timelines and financial plans. I just think that would be the best way to go on something like this. We're 1 month, we're a little more than a month in, so we're not that far off from doing a plan that would follow the procedures we normally follow for major planning. That's all.
Michael, when you sent out that
Hold
email.
on 1 second,
I'm
just
sorry.
because Mr. Hatley had his mic on, so I
Sure.
want to recognize him.
I just want to clear something up. I didn't say I was against dividing the departments. I said I'm against dividing departments prematurely and putting artificial timelines on here, which seems to be what I'm hearing here. But people are saying that we're just talking about just bringing it up for discussion. But we're talking behind the scenes. They're working on cuts already in a budget that was just passed in order to get certain things underway to go do this. This is disturbing because that's not discussing. That's already in process of trying to pick a time in order to go do this. If we were going to talk about making a decision on this, maybe, budget cycle of next year, I'd be more than happy to sit there and talk about this and go do it and do the research and have everybody do the research on it and talk to people who've actually been through the splitting up of departments on that one. So,
Ms. Chen?
Yeah, so I was just going to ask, I know Michael sent that email. I guess you had requested, the financials, and I think that's a very important piece to this, is how do we pay to hire new staff, new chiefs, whatever. If we split the department, we have one chief, we need two. So that's a cost to the city. My question is, if we were to say, yeah, we want to split the departments, is there a rush to go out and hire a new chief for police and a chief for fire? Or, do we shift people around and do interims until next time when we have the budget meetings and we can actually fully fund, whatever it is that we decide to hire, rather than spending the $200,000 to buy, a new chief right now, whether it be fire or police. I don't know how everything's getting divided when we finally go through with this, right? But just speaking in generalities, we wouldn't have to do that right now. We would just be saying that's what we plan to do, and then we could move forward with that goal and have interims in the meantime until we can actually, stop me if I'm crazy, but wouldn't we just, maybe not. But
Let me say this. So one thing I've noticed in hearing some of these back and forth, a couple of observations I've made. Number one, it has been discussed. It seems like this has been an issue that's been discussed for several years during part of the strategic plan. Number two, it's a complex process, to borrow what Ms. Huffman spoke about. I think she, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, you thought that tonight was going to show a plan or maybe a recommendation, what it looks like, kind of those steps involved moving forward. So we know it's a complex process. I would say the third thing I've noticed is that we do need to be proactive about decisions like this. Fate is growing quickly, and it's obvious that there are a plethora of opinions on how best to move forward with the Department of Public Safety. I would even say it's one of those issues that is kind of like home projects that we do. It's one thing you talk about home projects, and the next thing you know, 6 years have gone by, and you never quite have started that project. And so clearly, there needs to be a definitive timeline, if for no other reason than to move this conversation forward. And number 4, of course, it is clearly a contentious item. And so rather than potentially continuing in a back and forth, I would like to ask the council if, since per Mark Harper bringing up the calendar for next year, note that Monday, February 9th is a city council meeting. It's the special strategic planning workshop. And I think that that would be a good first discussion of this, so that we have plenty of time before the budget itself that we would need to pass and look at more information. But that way we are being proactive in putting this on the agenda quickly into that planning process, being strategic with it, and then we can move forward from there. Do I have any objections from council on directing Mr. Kovacs to make sure that he has any information prepared for us by that February 9th meeting? Mr. Harper.
Yeah, I would say that there's no reason that we can't agree that we're doing it sooner than later, and then have the planning go throughout. Like, there's no reason to wait till February the 9th to have the same conversation we're just having right here tonight. It's not gonna change the fact that we either want to go forward with it or we don't. The only thing that may change is the timing of when it actually happens, but pushing out, again, it's like pushing out your home project. The roof may cave in by February 9th if it was needing repair today.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I would say that when I started coming to council meetings before, this was not something that was discussed as early as February 9th. I'm looking at a way to make sure that we have plenty of time to discuss it, with plenty of time to also, as those questions come up, I'm looking at again, this is just the proposed meeting schedule for next year, but I'm looking at so many council meetings that there would be plenty of time. If another question was raised, we'd be able to answer well before we'd have to actually vote on the budget. I'm thinking this would be something that between now, since everybody is clear that there are a lot of questions that need to be asked, everybody's clear in wanting to do more research or ask. We'll get some clarification there in just a moment. I think that February 9th, if we wanted to make a decision around there, again, it doesn't have to be February 9th, but the idea is this kind of starts our strategic planning session, so that any future decision that we make as it comes to the budget is based off of that decision. I would hate to make a decision now if there's at least one council member who assumed that there would be a recommendation tonight, or even what that looks like, and I would want to make sure that we give our city staff, Mr. Kovacs, time to look at maybe some, here's a plan if we do split, here's a plan if we don't split, what that looks like, a budget analysis, budget impact, so that we can make that informed decision that it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, everybody wants to make. Everybody understands that decision's coming. We're just trying to hash out the timeline now. Ms. Chen.
Yeah, I was just trying to follow up with my question about the 200,000. If that was something, like, let's say February or tonight or whenever we decide, we say we're splitting the departments, okay. Then how does that work as far as hiring? I looked at it like that was if we decided to move forward with hiring new people, but that's not necessarily mandatory, right? Like, we could just shift people around and have interims until next budget. And for me, that makes sense, because it wouldn't be a budget hit for $200,000.
Are you asking Mr. Kovacs to comment on that? Okay.
So there's a lot of different ways that you could implement the changes. So one of them, what I would do, if the council said go, do it ahead of the budget process, is I try to figure out, which we've got a director, so I'd have to figure out which place to put that person in. And then I would, as I talked about in one of my messages, I would hire an extra person. So I would need to move a couple $100,000 around in the budget.
And even I'm sort of looking at Lee, but even an interim acting up would need to be compensated for acting up in an interim
So
position.
there'd be some budget impact, right? But there's a variety of ways you could do that. We'd always be interested in taking care of our people, I would say.
Mr. Kelly?
So I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that we need to set some timelines to discuss this. This is a significant issue that will have significant impact on future budgets. So my ask would be, let's make this a regular, maybe first meeting of the month topic of conversation so that we can gather the consensus before February, so that if this is a deal we want to do for next budget cycle. Also, what I'm looking at, and Mr. Hatley makes a point that there aren't any hard and fast dates out there that we need to rush, but we do have a couple of hard and fast things coming up with a new DPS building and a new fire station that effectively mark us operating in a split environment with the police station supporting the police, and then the fire station, substation supporting fire. That marks an effective split that we need to be strategically working towards. And we want to have the people in place that are going to be running things. If there is a split, we want the people in place running things to be involved in those decisions that relates to that. So my ask would be that we would have a monthly conversation as it relates to this, so that by the time we're getting to that strategic planning deal, we could potentially have a decision made if we do want to make a split, to where if we need to start hiring things like that, we can be on the ground with people ready to bring on board at next budget season. So if that is the decision of the council to go in two different departments, I would ask us to be moving towards that, so that we're running come next budget season, as opposed to just then at that point filing, and that puts us another 6 months behind, because if we do decide to make a split, it's going to be 3 to 6 months before we find somebody the right people to bring in. So that would be my ask, is let's start having the conversation, have a monthly conversation, build some consistency amongst this dais.
Okay. Mr. Hatley?
I guess there seems to be a presumption in here already. If you're going to do a split and you're talking about later on, I mean, we haven't even broken ground on a police station yet. We don't even have a date when we're going to break. So we're still talking about not having the facilities to do this correctly. I mean, we're still talking about the tiniest place over here. We're talking about already hiring a second leader of this. Why are we talking this early about taking the leader over all three of them when we have somebody who's already qualified to walk us into that transition if it's 3 or 4 years from now? We're already talking about replacing and moving people around over this. I don't understand. You can have somebody run all three during a lengthy transition of this. I don't think, from what I understand, I still don't think we have all the personnel that we even need to do this. We don't have all of the parts to be able to make this work yet.
I think as Mr. Kelly said, though, I think he was saying if the decision is made that council's going to split the departments, that's when we would need to make sure that we're on the right track to making sure that happens. I don't think the point is we're automatically just pushing this to a February 9th vote, and I'm just using that as an example because that's the start of our strategic planning session, that it would be a February 9th vote to split, as much as it is, since this has been talked about, rather than presumably just wait another 3 or 4 years to even begin discussing it. The discussion is here, and then we'll make a decision as a council before the start of the next budget cycle. So it's not that we're pushing a vote to split into February.
No, but it seems like they're already talking about the personnel changes, and we haven't even gotten to
And I think
this part yet.
I think the point is, rather than speculate continuously tonight, we're looking at a way to say, hey, we're not going to make a decision on it tonight one way or another. We're not going to make a decision on it the next council meeting. We're going to look at this over the next few Mondays, as Mr. Kelly has indicated, which was a good idea. It kind of started by the mayor, and then he kind of came in with the assist, just making sure we... But then we'll discuss that a little early in the new year as we're talking about the budget planning process. Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate that. This is a significant issue that will impact next year's budget if the decision is made. I'm not saying anybody's made a decision. I know what I think, and I know we need to do this at some point. And then And then the conversation is, what's the point we do that? Is the DPS model that we're operating under the appropriate model? I know you said you've talked to a lot of local people. I've talked to a lot of people about this. I've talked to officers from other departments. I've talked to leadership in other departments. And for the most part, the model, the triple cert model we operate under is outdated for a town our size. It makes recruiting problematic. We have heard that from our leadership within our department, that recruiting triple cert is problematic. And it takes a special person that wants to do that. That has been said. I've talked to officers in other departments that I either know personally or have met out. They would not work in this model. So the model that we're under makes it harder to hire quality, experienced people. Firemen want to fight fires. Police want to police. And there are the unique few that want to do all three. If we want to call one of the officers up here to ask them at the dais, I will. But I don't want to do that because we've heard that multiple times when we've asked about, and I'm harping on this because of the face you're making, Mark.
No.
But every time we've asked, when we've had problems filling slots that the council has given DPS to grow, it is that the pool of hiring for triple cert is problematic. So that's why they're hiring single cert folks now, and if they want to become triple cert, they can. So we're focusing on the single certification, and we can make the decision to, if we want to split the departments. I'm not saying we're going to. No decision's been made, but if we want to split the departments, let's have the conversation now so that and let's make a decision sooner than later, within the next few months, so that we can ramp up going in the next budget. So we can be talking to people, potentially have people on board if that's the route we want to go. If it's not the route we want to go, then we keep going the route we're going. But not having the conversation and not having it now so that we can go running into it in the next budget season seems short-sighted to me.
I think you're putting a lot of words. The look on my face was you're putting words in my mouth. I have not said that we need to keep hiring. I've never said we need to keep hiring triple certified people. Never said it. What I'm saying is you can have three distinctly separate departments and you can have one qualified person run it. I don't think we've even asked Chief Lombard his opinion on it, and he's the only one that's been through a split here. He did it.
I understand it.
He did it in Watauga.
I'll let you finish, I'm sorry.
So, on that. So, we're all sitting up here with absolutely zero experience in any of this. Zero. And we're sitting here saying, okay, we need to hire another director of another department of this. We're sitting there, we're actually planning it without even taking the time to go think about it. I don't know. It's like I said, I'm not objecting to the splitting of the departments. I don't understand why this was brought up right now. It wasn't brought up. What triggered it being brought up so quickly and just, it wasn't on there 2 weeks ago. It was not, well, I know, but I know.
The idea is that this is just continuing where we're at now is not necessarily where each individual council member stands as much as it is, this is going to continue the conversation into February. Are you, and I would just say at this point, we will have more opportunities to discuss our thoughts and ideas about this, more time to talk, within appropriate city charter rules, the specifics of that, doing our research and bringing that back to the table for more discussion. But at this point, are you against continuing the discussion in the coming weeks?
No, as long as no action is taken. I think action needs to be taken when money can start being talked about right around budget season. That I think is the right time to do it, when we can research this and do it right. We all have time to go talk. None of us are experts at this up here. It just seems like it's just being literally just pushed on the agenda for no apparent logical reason. But that's my.
Well, I'm sorry you think that the person that put the item on the agenda wasn't operating logically, but it's a good opportunity to start having a conversation. And again, as a council, we don't have to all agree, but we have to build a consensus on the direction we want it to go. Our staff, Chief Lombard, will have plenty of opportunity to share his thoughts throughout that. But honestly, that should probably be shared more with Michael than with us directly, because Chief reports to Michael. That responsibility reports to Michael. So we need to be interacting with our city manager in the way that we're supposed to through this process to get the feedback we want. At the end of the day, whether it splits or whether it stays as one department is a policy decision. And as a council, we can define that policy and we'll expect our city manager to carry it out. At the end of the day, that's the way it should work. And with that, we'll have plenty of time to talk about it, and I look forward to a great conversation about it with you.
Okay, Mr. Harper?
Yeah, I just, I mean, I guess probably I'm the one getting things put in my mouth over here, because I at no point did I ever say there was a timeline, or did I say there was any ill intention of putting this on the agenda. It's been suggested that there was some rush or current reason to do it. As you know, Mr. Hatley, that anybody that can have a second on a council can put something on the agenda, and it doesn't have to have a 2 weeks notice. It can be put on there at any point. As I saw the timeline was available before all the other items showed up on the agenda today, I thought it was necessary to go ahead and start having these conversations to move forward into the next year. So anytime we can plan ahead of time, it's great. We can push to February 9th, which is fine, but again, you're kicking the can down the road, and I'm not saying there's any action to be taken, but whether we say we're going to split today or we say we're going to split on February the 9th, the same planning process has to happen. So whether or not, we agree or disagree on how it's done is fine, but the fact is, this has been a action item or been a item on multiple agendas over the last several years, even before I was on council. So again, November being a sign of a slow time of year for us, it's something good to have a conversation about. Again, I didn't see anywhere in any of this stuff where it said there was some timeline or ill intent of putting something on the agenda to discuss what the city of Fate may need to do going forward. And being conservative with this, it's prudent to discuss and figure out how we spend the money wisely for our citizens, rather than just continue to kick the can down the road, and then at some point when we're in dire straits, we have to make a decision based on something we haven't talked about.
And that's usually done during budget season, so.
It can be done at any time by any council person who has a second.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Any other thoughts on this agenda item before we move on? Okay, thank you.
One question. So when is the next agenda item on this subject?
I would propose we continue this conversation at the first meeting in December.
Are we going to be short any members?
Who's
in
going to be
December?
gone?
I will be gone the first week in December.
December is usually, we usually cancel the second meeting in December, but sometimes
I mean,
even the first meeting is challenging.
I don't see why we can't continue the conversation next meeting as well. Like, if this is an ongoing conversation, then there's no reason that we can't continue to discuss that and bring back more details for the next meeting.
Any objection to that? Continuing the discussion next meeting so that we can ensure that we have all 7 of us here? Okay.
I do. I object.
When would you like to have the next conversation, Mr. Hatley?
I'd like to at least give us some time to get staff to get better numbers than I've got, rather than coming up and with cuts from the just recently passed budget. I'd like to see something a little bit more in the future.
Then we can discuss it the first meeting in December, but no action will be taken since this is a big item pending your return.
When did one council member decide the majority rule?
This is more of wanting to make sure that during this, like I said earlier,
I
contentious
understand.
process, has everybody at least on board in the process that we're going.
Okay.
Ms. Huffman?
I think we should definitely continue the discussion. I mean, people feel very passionate about this. And the more we talk through it and establish a plan, an outline, some way of everybody's mentioned it's been a discussion for a long time, and I'm feeling like I've seen a lot of it in my short time on the council, even before getting on the council, that it was important that we hire separate. And maybe that's different. Hiring for the separate departments is different than splitting the departments. So I'm trying to, and so that question right there, if I had an idea of what the goal was, a structure, and that obviously we're going to have to talk through that a little bit more.
Okay, next agenda item, please.
I didn't get my question
yeah,
answered,
okay.
sorry.
Go ahead.
So what date are we doing this?
What did we decide, Mr. Harper? Do you want us to talk about it without you present? I'm willing to move dates around, or not move dates, but move agenda items around and when we talk about them, so that we can have everyone present.
Or we could just simply use the charter, and if requests come in, we can agendize them. You just use the charter system. So if you get the mayor asking for an agenda item, you get it, or if you have two council members, we'd like a little bit of notice. I think we've got a policy that the council's limited themselves to, like, isn't it like 10 days or? The new schedule with the state laws really made things difficult.
The minute order that was passed previously really wouldn't work for the new schedule. Because used to, we would post 72 hours. Now it's 3 days in advance, so that doesn't really work.
Yeah. So as long as the staff's got reasonable notice, we can defer this debate over when to council requesting or the mayor requesting items, if that works.
We'll figure it out.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Next agenda item, please.
Agenda item 6J, which is discussion regarding the city council meeting schedule for calendar year 2026. And, you don't have to adopt this meeting schedule because it can change, just based on we may need to add an additional meeting, or we may need to reschedule a meeting. I did want to bring your attention to the April 13th meeting, which is a special meeting time, and the mayor can elaborate on that if you'd like. That's a 1 p.m. start time. And then the only other area that I would want to bring your attention to is in the month of February, the meeting on Monday, February 16th. Voting equipment will be in the council chambers at that time because of the March primary election and early voting for that. So I don't know how you would feel about having that meeting at a different location, or if you want us to move that to a different date.
Okay, thoughts on the February 16th meeting? Mr. Kelly?
If we were to move the February 16th meeting to a venue like the community center, how would that work for purposes of recording, video, all that? Would that just be a meeting that we would not have that available?
We would obviously not have the audio system, so I think we could probably do some other sort of recording, like Facebook Live kind of thing, which...
Sorry, what about the hub? Matt, what kind of, the boardroom at the hub? Does not going to do it?
We still don't have audio at
And
the
I don't
hub.
think the hub's set up well
Correct.
enough to support the public.
No.
Correct.
It's a small group.
So I would be okay with council chambers or with the community center, with the explicit direction that there are no major items on the agenda, like any major, well, I won't say that. Any major development issues, any major
Right.
decisions to be kept off of it, that it be more of a formality
Yeah.
type meeting.
That's also President's Day. That is not a city holiday, but just bringing that to your attention too. So you could also combine the strategic workshop and a regular meeting, or the February 16th meeting all in one, or you could do your strategic workshop offsite. I just am throwing that all out there.
Is there anybody who wants to combine the meeting on the 9th and the 16th?
I like that idea better than not having a recorded meeting.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Okay.
Any objection to that?
I'd probably do the opposite. I'd have the regular meeting on the other day and then move the strategic planning offsite, maybe to the hub or somewhere else. Just my preference, but.
My only
We
concern.
were talking about combining them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, combining them, you're not gonna lose my helper with the, we've done that before. It's tricky because we want you in workshop mode and when it's a council meeting, it's a very competitive arrangement. It just doesn't work. Yeah, in time, we don't usually have time. If it's a halfway large agenda, then it's tricky. We've tried it before. If you can do one item, it's not too bad, or two, but if there's 4, 5, 6, 7 items, it doesn't work. And then you've got a facilitator that's got like 45 minutes and you're tired and cranky.
Okay, so to avoid being tired and cranky, you're saying have the regular city council meeting on February 9th and then move the strategic planning to the 16th at the hub? Or somewhere else?
Or somewhere else that we could do it.
Okay.
We could use an amenity, we've moved meetings to amenity centers. It just gets trickier the farther away from here we go.
So let me,
Oh, Bobby Summers, yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe the school district, yeah.
let me ask this, because I do like the idea of having the strategic planning sessions recorded for the public as well, because I think those are where some of our most interesting conversations happen in more of a free-flow environment. What if we're moving the MLK meeting, unless it's a vacation type consideration, but the 26th meeting is being moved to the week after MLK? What if we were to move that meeting to a Tuesday night and then move the strategic planning session to that night?
The only issue with Tuesday meetings is our city attorney has some standing meetings. Is that correct, on Tuesdays?
I do, I do, but what date are you thinking about moving?
I don't have my calendar in front of me.
So,
The day after Martin Luther King Day, which
yeah,
would
so
be.
I would have a conflicting, well, I haven't seen their calendar yet, but they do first and third Tuesday, so I would have a conflicting council meeting on the 20th. But of course, we could probably get another attorney from the firm to fill in if that's what y'all wanted.
I just thought that was an opportunity.
So,
I don't think that will work because I think I will be out of town at the Conference of Mayors meeting. If we move it to that Tuesday night, I'll have needed to travel by then, so I wouldn't be at that meeting.
how about this? We're posting the agenda tomorrow for the November 17th meeting. Do you want me to work on this and bring it back?
Okay, that sounds good.
I can work on February and then we bring it back. I know everybody's tired, so.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
yeah, that'll work. So the other one to show on Monday, April 13th, City Council, I've requested that to be a 1 o'clock meeting. I'll be teaching, during that time, I'll be teaching a few dual credit government classes at the Gene Burton Center for the Rockwall ISD students. And so I had an idea that it would be really cool for them to actually get to see a meeting in progress. And the idea being after they watch an actual meeting during their class, we have some kind of little reception after. I hadn't thought that far yet, but wanted to see if you guys like the idea. But then getting to meet you guys, we might even bring in some electeds from the other cities in the county and make it essentially them getting to see government in action, but then also interacting with it and meeting you awesome people. So you can say no to the children if you want to, but I'll leave that up to you. Any objections to that or any problems?
I love the idea. My concern would be with a number of members of the council that have day jobs. That there's a very real possibility the quorum might be an issue.
Okay. Y'all think on that over the next week, and we don't have to decide this right now, but if that becomes too much of a problem, we can move it back to the original time. But if you guys would at least consider it, I would appreciate you.
And just for the record, if I can, the reason that this year's calendar is so hard is because in 2026, we'll have potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elections. So this council chambers is tied up for early voting and voting day. So that's what makes it a little bit difficult, so, for the record.
Okay, any other thoughts on that agenda item? Mr. Harper?
How come we can't make them use the conference room like we used to do?
Because the election equipment won't fit, plus it'd be ADA accessible at the same time. If you think about the number of voting machines that are now required because of the turnout of the polling location, there's no way.
Okay, just a question. I
Yes,
just
sir.
didn't know why it moved, so.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts? Okay, next agenda item, please.
Next is agenda item 7, mayor, council, and city manager reports.
All right, so Ms. Huffman, we'll start with you since you took a leave of absence earlier from our meeting. You can lead us off on your reports.
One thing I like to point out on the 10th of November is it's the Marine Corps birthday. So happy birthday to all you Marines out there. And of course, celebration of Veterans Day tomorrow. With my son now being in the military, it becomes more important to me and more obvious of how that should be celebrated on a regular basis. And other than that, thanks to everybody out there for everything that you do. And this was great discussion tonight. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hatley?
I'd like to also wish the Marine Corps a happy 250-year birthday. I'm just in awe of Marines. I'm in awe of anybody who's like that. They've stood with honor and courage and unwavering commitment for our nation for 250 plus years now. So, but I also would like to thank the veterans that with Veterans Day coming up. I also extend my deepest gratitude. My father served in the Korean War. My wife Patty's father is a Bronze Star recipient in World War II and also served bravely in Korea. There's a story behind every veteran, and we all owe them a great debt for serving our country. And I also want to thank, as always, our DPS for all that they do. I'm just in awe of anybody who runs towards danger instead of away and who stands in front of risk to protect colleagues, citizens, and our freedoms at home. You've got my lasting gratitude. And the tricky TML. We all got to go to the Texas Municipal League, and I wanted to thank the citizens of Fate for allowing us to do that, to represent you there. It was an incredible opportunity to learn, ask questions, and share ideas from leaders. I got to talk to leaders from Anna, Plainview, several others. We got to sit through a lot of conferences, ask a lot of questions, learn a lot of things, talk to engineers about roads. It was a great learning experience, and I just hope that I represented our city well. I enjoyed it attending with my colleagues. Thank you.
Mr. Manival?
Yes. Last time we were here, I mentioned I was going to be doing a ride-along, and I had an excellent ride-along with Officer Adam Sandlin. And anyway, gave me a greater appreciation for the traffic enforcement efforts that they're making. And I was just impressed with how I watched Officer Sandlin interact with the public, and he was, it's hard to imagine the word charming, but there was he has a little bit of charm in his interaction with the public. And he also, I didn't bring it with me, but he gave me a challenge coin, which I'd never been given a challenge coin. I never thought I'd get one. Sorry, Mark, you didn't get one.
I didn't get one.
All right. And I guess I can do that since I'm here. Yesterday was my wife's birthday, so I'm going to wish her a happy birthday from here. So she's very loving and patient with what I do here, and I appreciate her. Happy birthday.
Mr. Kelly?
So tomorrow's Veterans Day. Special thanks to all veterans. We currently have about 15.8 million veterans in our country, representing about 6.1% of the population. 17% of those veterans are female. About 25% of our veterans are over the age of 75, and we're losing some great history and stories and just those stories of sacrifice every day. Of those veterans alive, about 45,000 of them served in World War II, about 500,000 served in Korea, and about 1.2 million served in Vietnam. Since 9/11, over 1 million veterans have attended college on some sort of aid from their service, which is a fantastic benefit for those folks. 88% of our soldiers that have ever served have volunteered, and 95% of those soldiers are proud of the service that they've done. Arthur Ashe has a quote that I think is very appropriate that describes our veterans. The true heroism is a remarkable, sober, very undramatic thing. It is not the urge to surpass all others at whatever cost, but the urge to serve others at whatever cost. And with that in mind, I want to offer special thanks to those veterans on our city staff, including City Manager Michael Kovacs, who served in the Canadian Army, our Finance Director Raju, who served in the Indian Army, Steve Gilbert, veteran of the U.S. Navy, Omar Williams, veteran of the U.S. Navy, Jay Ratun, I hope I'm saying that right, veteran of the U.S. Navy, David Adams. Adams is a little easier to say than Ratun, but he's a veteran of the U.S. Navy. Joseph Baker, veteran of the U.S. Army. Lee Goddard, veteran of the U.S. Marines. Victor Aragon, veteran of the U.S. Army. And Keith Fisher, veteran of the U.S. Army. Thank you for all the veterans on staff and to all veterans.
Mr. Harper.
Yes, sir. So I, too, want to thank our veterans, those who serve and have served, do things so that we can sit up here and talk about this stuff every day, whether we agree or not about it. It's still a right given to us by those who have given their lives and who have served our country. So I do appreciate those folks. And to all the city staff who have served, thank you for your service. And all those who are out there in our city, thank you for your service as well.
Ms. Chen?
Well, I guess we'll just echo. Happy Veterans Day, specifically to my husband who served, and there's a lot that goes into it, a lot that happens even after they leave. So I think it's great that we live in a nation that honors men and women who've paid such a high cost for our freedoms. So thank y'all. I also wanted to mention TML. It was a really cool experience to get to sit up and hang out with well, not all of them, but there were 3 others besides me. And everybody had a great time. We learned a lot. The best part was I got to see Stephen Downs' dance moves. No? I told him I was going to ask him to show us his best dance move, but he told me no, he would not do that. So I'm disappointed, but at least I got to see it in person. So yeah, that's all I got.
I'm sure we'll do a little bit more formal of a presentation or discussion on some of the specifics at TML at a future council meeting. But yes, TML was great. I enjoyed building on some of the camaraderie with some of the other council members. That was great. And echoing, of course, the sentiment. Man, I got to Mark Harper before what I had ready to go was used. But I do think it's important to note that when we get to sit up here and discuss things, and there's not anything that we're worrying about what's going on outside of these walls. That's a really special thing that I don't ever want to take for granted, seeing what other parts of the world have to deal with. So thank you to our veterans for keeping Americans safe. It's such a powerful testament to that sacrifice, and to your quote was so timely for that. So thank you for that, Mr. Kovacs.
Yes, sir. Just a couple of meeting notices. The MDD will meet tomorrow, 6 p.m. So we'll see that right here at City Hall. And then just a note, we got a note today from Christy at the City of Rockwall. The Emergency Service District will not, or the corporation will not meet on the 19th, which is next week. They're going to meet on the 3rd of December. So those of you who are on the Emergency Service Corporation, we'll take it. I'll mention that again next week. And thanks to the veterans on staff. That's great. Good folks.
Okay, thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Next is Agenda Item 8, Executive Session. In accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.001, the City Council will recess into executive session to discuss the following: A, in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to receive legal advice regarding complaints regarding Infinity Marine Brown Industrial Park, Block A, Lot 6.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna put chicken salad on the fridge.
I'm not wrong.
Okay, we will reconvene into regular session at 10:13 PM. Ms. Vicki, what's the next item on our agenda, please?
Okay, no action will be taken on items discussed in executive session, so we'll move to item number 10, adjournment.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, please vote.
You're so
Motion
agreeable.
passes 7-0.
You're so
We are
agreeable
adjourned.
tonight,
Thank you,
Scott.
everyone.
You're so agreeable tonight.